yesterday. We've got that physical's all set. I mean, everything's pretty much in now for September, October, and into November. Did you get invoices out?
Yep. Yeah, they'll go out today. I spent yesterday and, making phone calls, making sure doing it the right way.
And if I have to pick up checks, I've got no problem running around picking up checks.
I understand.
Morning, all.
Morning, gentlemen. Well, who doesn't always need checks, coffin ball?
I need to hit that. Did someone win the Mega Millions yet? Can we just win that and have that bankroll the show for the next 5 years?
Would we do the show?
No.
No, we wouldn't. I mean, we're committed to football season. I think I'd do it through the end of the year. Not the playoffs, though. We'd only get to,
I don't know. It'd be a lot of on-location shows then, David.
I think we'd take it through the second week of December. We'd see who makes the first 12-team college playoff and talk about it. And so if it's us, we're giving our 100 days notice.
I had to write a check yesterday, Paul.
Oh, my goodness. The bank and or the post office must not be far behind.
David, not only did I write a check, I had to take the check, put it in an envelope, put a stamp on it, and take it to the post office to make sure the money got there in time for football season.
Obviously, this is fantasy football related.
Football pool.
Yep.
Football
and E.B. Hill, I'm guessing the reason you had to clean last night is because Molly Maid's coming over today. We just got a new business account, and the lady said to me, "Do you want a debit card?" And I said, "Do I have to?" That's because literally I never used the last one we had.
I have it somewhere in a drawer.
Yep. I'll save it. It's a collector's item. It's got our old LLC on it.
Right. Man, is my daughter me. She says last night, make sure you got test today and another thing to study for. Get me up before you leave, Dad. There was no getting her up. Are you up? Yeah, I'm up. So you don't look up to me. You want me to turn the light on? No.
Ambient, they've always had well, that's not true. They moved the men's final to Mondays for a few years because the players complained about the schedule. But back in the day, they always had the U.S. Open men's final after the 1 o'clock games. CBS would do the men's final at 4 o'clock. I went to a Giants-Cowboys game at 1 o'clock at the Meadowlands, left, went to the U.S. Open, snuck in second set, McEnroe-Lendl.
Pretty good sneak right there.
His last major, by the way, he won. That was at the old tennis center. They hadn't built Ash yet.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. You waited 207 days, but the wait is over. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. The NFL is back, baby. Ravens and Chiefs tonight from Kansas City, the same way that last year started, in Kansas City. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning. Feel like I've accomplished something today, and yet I've really done nothing. I just made it to the start of another NFL season.
Yes. But when you hear how many days it is, you realize why it is that we love the NFL so. It is the only major sport in which the season is shorter than the wait.
Is college football longer?
It is.
I mean, obviously, because they end quite a bit earlier than the NFL does and only start a couple of weeks earlier.
Although they are pushing it now. I mean, what's it going to be, around the 20th? I think the title game this year. I think it's going to be Monday the 20th of January. So it'll be much closer because obviously it'll start sooner. I think, Mark, we might have to get an official ruling. All right. Does week 0 become the official start of the college football season in terms of how many days it is? But yes, still, Mark, the college football wait is technically longer than the NFL wait. Close. But 207 days is how long we waited since the Chiefs beat the Niners in overtime. Second one of those. And we didn't have a kickoff return in the game, hence the new dynamic kickoff.
Well, and I wonder how many people, after just absorbing so much college football, are going to go, "What? Oh, yeah, they're doing that. That stupid thing."
That's right. They're going to look at it and go, I just watched 2 weekends of the kickoff. Why can't we do that?
They line up very differently to have the same amount of touchbacks as they do in college football.
How come there's only one guy on the screen with the ball? Where is everybody?
I think we're going to see a lot of touchbacks. I don't think that the yardage differential, if they're getting it out to the 25, 28, and they're giving it to the team at the 30 for kicking it through the end zone.
Do you think they try a couple times to see if they can get them closer to the 20? Keep it, somewhere between the 18 and the 23. And if they can do that, they'll keep kicking it the way they want to kick it. But the first time they give up a return to close to the 30 or beyond the 30, the special teams coach goes, yeah, boot that sucker into row 3.
No, the special teams coach will be going, "Coach, we can pin him. I know we can do this." And the head coach is going to go kick the damn thing through the end zone.
So, and we got 2 great kickers tonight with the Ravens and the Chiefs. 2 terrific teams. Obviously, a rematch of last year's AFC Championship game. We all know who won and where they won it. And the onus on Lamar and the Ravens to get over the hump.
And maybe run the football. Here's a wild idea if you're Baltimore. You have Derrick Henry now, and apparently you didn't have enough of a running game last year. You might want to try running the football this time.
Todd Monken did a phenomenal job at Georgia, and he did a terrific job all season last year as offensive coordinator. But he lost his way in that AFC title game. But quite frankly, John Harbaugh can very simply just talk into the headset and go, "Hey, Todd, let's go back to running the ball. No, I'd like to pound him here. Okay, we're close enough. We can still go back to pounding him. You seem to want to beat him throwing the ball. That's not our strength. Let's go back to running the ball." And obviously, he never did it. And the Chiefs won, and we all know what happened. And now they try to go to their third Super Bowl in a row. They try to win 3 in a row, which has never been done. We don't have a lot of that in sports anymore, right? Something that's never been done. I mean, this will be our 59th Super Bowl when this season ends. It's tough to have something that's never happened before.
You're right. And you have that in football, and we've spent a little time. It is the baseball hour, after all, with Ohtani chasing 50-50. We have a couple of, we have a one feat that looks like it's going to happen that's never been done. Another that it's a great season story to head into this NFL season saying, can the Chiefs go for the three-peat and complete it?
By the way, since this is the baseball hour, a combined no-no. Do you count that?
Yeah.
Do
you have to?
Here's my question, by the way. He had 95 pitches through 7. I mean, that's the same number as who was the guy for the Padres like a month or so ago. He literally the exact same number of pitches or one more. I think the Padres guy had 94 through 7, and the Japanese pitcher for the Cubs had 95, and they took him out. He's got a no-no. You're a couple games over 500. You're like 5 games out of the playoffs. You're not chasing down the Braves. You're playing the Dodgers and the Yankees coming up soon. The Braves have like the easiest schedule left in baseball. You're not making the playoffs. You're not. I mean, the guy's got a no-no through 7. You can't throw him out there.
And David, it's not just a no-no through 7. They're up 11-0 through 7.
Right.
Skip everything you said, because they don't think in terms that they're not going to make the playoffs. They still think that they have a shot at making the playoffs. And I'll give them the benefit of every doubt when it comes to trying to get to the postseason and rally and all of those things. It's 11-0. What is the harm of bringing him out for the 8th inning?
No, it was Blake Snell, thank you, in our Twitch chat room. And, Blake had never had a complete game before. And the pitch count was a little high. And basically the manager said, well, I'll see if you can have a quick 8th. And he had a 9-pitch 8th inning. So he had 103 pitches going to the 9th. And it was like, all right, what the heck? Go for it. And they were much more in the playoff chase when he did it, because obviously the Padres are a playoff team right now. In fact, I believe the Padres are the 4 seed right now. I mean, the Cubs right now are the 8. They have to leapfrog the Mets and the Braves. And they got like 20 games left in the season. They're 5 back. I mean, the odds are stacked against them.
Again, David, you're speaking in logical terms, all those things. The Cubs still think they're in it.
I know.
If you're in that clubhouse, you have to, but it's 11-0.
Right.
That's what I want to impress upon you, is that this game was not going to be lost, even if he gives up a hit in the 8th. You can have the bullpen ready.
I know. And the 2 relievers came in, Mark, and I believe add up the pitches that the 2 relievers who came in, one guy did the 8th, one guy did the 9th. Mark, I think they did it. Now, there's no guarantee that the Cubs starter would have finished it off, and he would have finished it off as quickly as the 2 relievers. But, Mark, I think the 2 relievers finished the Pirates off in like 20 pitches. I think they ended up throwing like somewhere between 114 and 117 to get the no-no. Really, Counsel? I mean, you're a great manager. We all know that. But you sure? You can't. He's got a no-no through 7. What the heck? Not only that, you're at home. I mean, the home crowd. You're going to take a guy out who's got a no-no? I don't know. I don't like it.
It bothers you.
It does. It does, because you cannot convince me that the 10 to 25 pitches that you're leaving him in for is going to blow out his arm. You can't do it. You can't convince me of it. Now, I will say, Mets had never had a no-hitter before, and Johan Santana had thrown like 115 pitches through 7. And Terry Collins and the Mets made the decision to leave him in because this was chasing franchise history. And he ended up throwing like 140 pitches. He got the no-no. 3 weeks later, he ended up on the injured list, and he wasn't worth a damn ever again. And they wonder, did they did leaving him in for as long as they did, end his career essentially? He got the no-no, but he didn't pitch much more. So I get it, but
But there's a difference between 90 pitches and 15 pitches. I mean, there just is.
I think he was at 94 or 95.
But that's the way they coddle pitchers these days. It's not anything that should be surprised about. I just thought the difference in the game made something for him to stay in, but that's not the case.
All right, but enough of that. Was it President Ford who, when pardoning Nixon, said our long national nightmare is over? Well, our national nightmare is over. 207-day wait is over. The National Football League. Just give yourself a moment and have the NFL Films music just go through your head. Just let it, sop it up like a piece of bread with gravy.
We'd play it, but we're not licensed to play it on YouTube or Twitch, and we get knocked off the air, and we use both of those mechanisms for some of you to watch the show. So we apologize. You have to do this in your head.
Yes. Once again, it's part of the charm of Miller and Moulton. And by charm, we mean, mediocrity. But
nothing mediocre about the guest list today, though, David.
Wow. Roy Cummings, talk a little Bucs. The head coach of South Florida, Alex Golesh. They got an easy one this week. They've got Alabama on the road on a night when they're going to indoctrinate the field after Nick Saban. They'll now be playing at Bryant-Denny Stadium on Nick Saban Field.
Anything else you can sneak in there?
I'm a corporate sponsor. Give it a few years. Dr. Roto will join us. Set your fantasy lineup. Get your questions ready in a couple hours for Dr. Roto. And in the bonus hour, JP Shadrick will join us, talk a little Jags against the Dolphins. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them Just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I went through all the schedules, had my wins and losses kind of sort of, I didn't really write because you're going to mess up doing that.
Right.
But I used to have way more wins than I did losses for teams. My losses were way higher than my wins.
Whoa!
I mean, way higher.
Glass half empty guy going through the schedule.
I had to go and give Carolina and New England and Arizona a couple more just to get this thing.
I got a feeling Arizona is going to win a couple more than we think. We were doing Ravens Chiefs tonight, or do we want to do +3, -3? Add the point spread to it.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, we still could. We could put up 4 poll questions. Like who's going to win the AFC East? Who's going to win tonight? We've got.
Well, Ambient, you'll get to see Russ with the Steelers. You guys can root against them there.
I've just got it without the spread, David.
Okay. E.B. Hill going to try to, thinking everybody's going to pick Cincinnati this week, so he's going with his New Orleans pick. DC, we're doing our picks tomorrow.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The NFL is back tonight. NBC. Chiefs hosting the Ravens. Tirico, Collinsworth. Let's do this. We waited 207 days for tonight. Hey, I have an idea. 21,000 on the text line. All right. Twitch chat room. However you want to respond, on X. But what do you say, people, Mark, the season hasn't started yet. Every fan, maybe 30 of the 32 fan bases, filled with hope. What do you say we let the fans let us know how their team's going to do?
I'm all for it. So text in their team with what their team's record's going to be and how crazy they are, how over the skis they are for their team. Like we've got a couple of people in our Twitch chat room that are convinced the Denver Broncos are going to win 10 games, and I think one has them winning the division.
Yes. Bo Nix will be a great quarterback. In fact, if you really read what they've been telling us for the last 3 weeks, he's already a great quarterback.
Well, he's going to Canton based on the two of them. I mean, this combination of Bo Nix and Sean Payton is like nothing we've ever seen before.
Ever. I mean, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are going to go, man, you guys are good. I mean, that's the type of hope that we're looking for today before the season starts, before your quarterback gets hurt 4 plays into the year, that sort of thing. Okay. How's your team going to do? 21,000 on the text line. Remember, keyword Miller, if you haven't done that. All right. Otherwise, your texts are going to go to some outlet in Michigan. All right. And they're going to be like, what the heck are we getting here? We're trying to do our show. Or, Twitch chat room, and we'll take your comments. So, and I'm curious, by the way, like a Dolph fan, you could even throw in an extra sentence. You could just go, 11-6, win the East. And then if you want, how many playoff games you're going to win? You just don't go crazy. Okay. No paragraphs.
I don't care. Write what you want. It matters not to me.
So, and you're right, by the way, both Broncos fans have already gone, oh, yeah, winning record, guys. Absolutely. Well,
right.
Okay. All right.
I went through every team yesterday, went through and did my season-long prognostications.
Oh, wow.
Written down very neatly. I had a messy page and I had to rewrite them, David, so it looks nice and neat and I can save it for the whole year.
Wow, you had real time on your hands.
I did. Wrote a couple spots yesterday. We got a couple new sponsors coming on. Had to get a couple of new commercial spots done. And then after that, I had a little time.
New sponsors? Wow. It's exciting.
It is exciting. And normally when I've done this in the past, I've written down records for teams. And I tried to go through every team's schedule. But I'm sure there are games that I had both teams losing or both teams winning or whatever the case may be. There's a few of these to go through. And usually I have more wins than losses. And I have to go give teams losses after I've done, when I add them all up, it doesn't equal the right number.
Right.
I had more losses.
Oh, look
by
at
a
you.
lot.
Glass half empty guy yesterday.
I was. And I had what I'm worried about with my prognostications is there was not a lot of 7-10, 8-9, 9-8. There was more feast or famine, and that usually isn't the case.
Right. I'm curious, and I don't know if you have your picks with you, and we're not going to do our official picks till tomorrow. All right, just like we didn't do our official college picks until last week, even though Florida State and Georgia Tech had already played. We'll say it again. The outcome of tonight's Chiefs-Ravens game, unless either star quarterback gets seriously hurt, is not going to alter our season-long prognostications. So we'll do them on Friday.
For the record, I have one of the teams playing tonight winning their division. I have the other one as a wild card.
I think we can guess on who that is.
Well, since there's only one team from the AFC West making the playoffs, draw your conclusions accordingly.
I was going to say, last year we didn't even have another team in that division have a winning record. That's a poll question in of itself. Will there be more than one team in the AFC West with a winning record this year?
I say no. I say no.
Ooh, look at you. Like we have a Raiders fan in the Twitch chat room who says, I see 9-8 for my guys.
And I think that would be about as much as you could get out of that team. I do. I mean, who's quarterback there?
Well, the stash.
Minshew Mania.
Minshew Mania. Yeah. He led the Colts to 9-8 last year. Took over late in week 4.
David, some early text coming in. Baker is taking us all the way. 13-4 record.
Whoa! Just cannonballing into the deep end.
No hope. No hope or optimism right now for any of the fans out there.
No.
Steelers go 11-6 and finally win a playoff game.
That's the first optimistic Steelers fan we've heard from in a while. And you just went to Pittsburgh for the weekend to visit your mother-in-law, and you said you couldn't find one optimistic person. That's in the Steel City.
No, they're down. They're just nervous about what this year could bring. They beat Atlanta, everything will change.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, Russ plays well, throws a couple 2-3 touchdowns. They score 27 points. All right.
Give him 24. You give him 2 tutties and 24.
Oh, they're
in
going.
fact, you give him 1 tutty in a clean game with no picks, and they score 24, they'd be ecstatic.
They'd break out that late 70s Super Bowl song again, wouldn't they?
That Here We Go thing?
Oh, here we go.
So bad.
Here we go. Yes, it is. They've been playing it for over 45 years. Here we go. All right. So you can be optimistic, you can be pessimistic. Listen, I haven't run into a Giants fan who thinks they're going to amount to anything this year. All right.
Yeah, to find a Giants fan to tell you they're going to do anything better than 4th place would be a remarkable accomplishment right now.
Some think they may finish 3rd, but I have not run into a Giants fan who thinks they win more than 7 games. 7-10 is the ceiling with the Giants faithful that I've run into so far in the last couple months. That's not a good ceiling, by the way.
It's a low ceiling. That's like that basement, not in Central Florida, but it's like that basement that you go to that's got the drop ceiling.
Well,
and you're basically, even at 5'8", you're kind of dodging the tiles.
Listen, that was very well done, Billy Napier. That really was, sir. Well done. Okay. Don't you be picking on them bloggers in the Central Florida basements.
Those Central Florida basements.
I think UCF. All right. I thought I heard something last night that at UCF they're already like putting out T-shirts, something along the lines of Central Florida basements. All right. If so, I want us to buy 2.
Might be the only way to get me to wear a UCF anything.
I understand. But come on, Central Florida basements. All right. You'd wear that.
I would. Well, yeah, because the Florida fan's going to stop you and laugh and high-five you because all they want is Napier gone right now. They're so angry.
Yep. Hey, do we get any of the proceeds? We're going to need it to bring in Lane Kiffin. You giving us any of that? No.
You see what that buyout is? $26 million? Oh boy.
Lane's going to cost us like $80 million. Oh man. So you waited 207 days. The NFL returns tonight. We think most of you are full of optimism. So 21,000 the text line, Twitch chat room, all right, on X. How's your team going to do this year? You can cannonball into the deep end today until your team starts losing. The starting 5 is next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Favre won 9 games with the Jets his 1 year there. They started 8-3, finished 9-7. He got hurt.
So nobody from the actual covering the game will be able to tweet about the game because X is banned in Brazil.
Correct. Well, I guess you'll be able. Well, can you tweet about it, but it won't appear in Brazil? Or if you send your tweet, it'll only appear outside of Brazil? Or if you try to send the tweet or post, would they?
I got you. I'm looking.
Tell you what, make it a very easy night for the sports writers that are
Says
there.
the NFL and journalists could be affected by the ban.
Yeah, I tell you what, this has turned out to be a bad idea. There's unrest in the streets. They're having to go overboard with security. The players are being told not to leave the hotel. It's Favre is the V before the R. That's why when you look at it, that's early in his career, people looked at the spelling and called him Favre.
But that will be. I mean, you do get some things on X during the games that you don't get during the broadcast from the people covering the game.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea what the NBC executives are going to do if there's no X, because all they do is watch Twitter/X and form their opinions off of it.
Well, they'll still be out there. It just won't be from anybody at the game.
Good point. You mean from those fans in their Central Florida basement?
Yep.
Yeah, Favre got a bad rap with the Jets. A, they had a winning record. B, they were 8-3 when he got hurt. Played the last 5 weeks on a shoulder that needed to be surgically repaired. I do think the AFC East is going to come down to the Dolphins and the Jets that last Sunday.
David, I have the Dolphins losing back-to-back weeks to the Jets in New York. Repeat round one of the playoffs.
Look at you. I like that.
All right, 20 seconds.
Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Notice it's what's in your mind. It's not what's on your mind, because there was a typo in the script that was sent to our voice guy. Okay, because I sent the script and I oftentimes, for whatever reason, hit the I with my fat right thumb instead of the O. So it's what's in your mind, not what's on your mind.
Well, and if you think about it, that makes more sense.
It does. It just sounds weird.
Exactly. It's like when people say thank you, the initial response is you're welcome. What am I welcome to? Your house, your car, your money, your wife? What is it that I'm welcome to? When, it should be thank you, my pleasure. No problem. There are a lot better answers than you're welcome to thank you.
Blank off, something like that. That's more appropriate than you're welcome, is what you're saying.
Yes, David. Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Way to bring Jersey into the show early. I like it.
Well, try to have snark in the baseball hour. All right. We try to accomplish two things before 7 a.m. in the East, 6 a.m. in Huntsville. We do. Miller and Moulton. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Feeling it this morning over there, Moulton.
Do you know the NFL is back? 207 days you waited for a game that counted in the standings, and we got one tonight in Kansas City. Chiefs a 3-point favorite over the Ravens. Of course, it's a rematch of the AFC title game. Chiefs trying to make their third straight Super Bowl. Patriots, the last team to do that. 2016, 17, and 18 seasons when they won 2 of those 3 Super Bowls. They won the first and the last, and the Eagles beat them in the middle. Chiefs trying to do something never been done before. No NFL team has won 3 consecutive Super Bowls. Ravens trying to make it for the first time with Lamar. So did you hear the story about the Washington Commanders vice president, a guy in charge of their content? He met this reporter on a dating app and agreed to sit down, I guess, and do a couple interviews with her. Anyway, she's got him on tape. He trashes every single thing about the league. Okay, he says the players are dumb. homophobic. Jerry Jones is racist and homophobic. And Roger Goodell's a $50 million puppet. Now, first off, sir, get your facts straight. He's a $60 million puppet, okay? Get your facts straight, sir. So he's been suspended. We're never going to see or hear from him again. Jamal Chase showed up at Bengals practice yesterday. How about that? As to whether he's going to play in the game, the Bengals are like, we're taking it day to day. I'll tell you what, Mark, he's making my short list of diva wide receivers. You know me. I now love this guy more.
You would.
Yep. Come on. They're playing the Patriots Sunday.
No, I understand.
They don't need him to beat the Patriots.
They better not.
That's what I'd say. You want to sit out Sunday? Fine. Sit out Sunday. We ain't paying you, you know. Just do the math.
Why do you think he showed up?
Right. Broncos named Bo Nix a captain. Remember, Caleb Williams just got named a captain in Chicago. He is the first Broncos rookie to be named a captain since Floyd Little back in 1967.
He's also the first Broncos rookie to be 31 years old when he starts his college career.
Oh, boy. Did you hear the stat, by the way, that it's a Caleb Williams stat that the first overall pick hasn't won the first game of his rookie year? So, you know, that's the first thing. You have to start week one of your rookie year. So all the quarterbacks, Carson Palmer, Eli Manning, all of them who were picked first overall who didn't start until midway through or the next season, they don't count. But I think it's 14 consecutive first overall picks who have started week one of their rookie year have lost. The last first overall pick at quarterback to start week one and win was David Carr with the Texans back in I believe it 2002, I think that was their first year. So anyway, that's an interesting stat going into Titans Bears now, isn't it? College football, the Gators are going to start DJ Lagway because Mertz of the concussion, he can't go. So the kid's going to start against Samford Saturday, which I bet will actually energize the Gators fan base. Give them something to look forward to.
If they plan on showing up.
Right. LSU running back John Emery Jr., he tore his left ACL in practice on Tuesday. He is out for the year. Baseball, Yankees lost, but the White Sox beat the Orioles. Texas 10-6 over the Yankees, who have lost 4 of 5 and 6 of 8. Orioles lose 8-1 to the Southsiders, who hit 3 homers and snapped their 12-game losing skid. They still have to play 500 baseball the rest of the way to not have a worse record than the 62 Mets. Royals snapped their 7-game skid. They beat the Guardians 4-1. Cleveland's lead is 4.5 over the Twins, who lost to the Rays 9-4. The Rays scored 8 in the 4th. Red Sox unable to gain ground on either the Royals or the Twins for the final playoff spot in the American League. Mets swept them, their 7th straight win. They scored 4 in the first, 4 in the 8th. The Red Sox mark have fallen back to 500. Tigers, Red Sox, Mariners, I believe, have all fallen back to 500. And barring one of the 3 getting hot, it really looks like the 6 playoff teams in the American League are set.
Yeah, you'd have to play 750 baseball if you're one of those 3 teams to have a shot, David.
Mets are still chasing the Braves for the final playoff spot. Atlanta 4 in the first. They beat Colorado 5-2. Braves up by a half a game, one in the loss column. They'll try to consolidate that game today against the Rockies. Phillies double up Toronto 4-2. So Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff for the Phils. Mark, how many times do you think he has led off a game with a home run this year?
Oh, boy. 6.
13 times.
That's amazing.
It ties Alfonso Soriano's record, and obviously he's got 3 weeks left to break it. Phillies 4-2. Cardinals 3-2-10 over the Brewers. The Brewers lead is 9. Their magic number to clinch the Central is 13. Cubs with a combined no-no. Shota Imanaga, I think I got that right. Shota Imanaga and 2 relievers combined on the no-hitter. Cubs 12-0 over the Pirates. Angels bomb the Dodgers 10-1, and the Padres and Diamondbacks both take advantage. San Diego 6-5 over Detroit in 10. Arizona 6-4 over San Francisco. Padres 4.5 back. Diamondbacks 5 back in the West. Before 4,390 mark in Oakland, and we thank you, drive home safely, the Mariners get back to 500 by beating the A's 16-3. They're 5.5 back of the Astros in the West. Cincinnati with 9 in the first. They beat Houston 12-5.
Whatever.
And, yeah, I know. And the Marlins finally beat the Nats. They had lost to them 8 straight times this year. They rallied to win 4-3 in 10. Another great day at the U.S. Open if you're a fan of U.S. tennis. On the women's side, American Jessica Pegula, top 10 in the world, and yet she had never made the semis of a major before. Well, she did
and had
now.
plenty of opportunities against lesser opponents, if you know what I mean. And yesterday she was great.
And she had to beat the number 1 player in the world, Swiatek, and she did, 6-2, 6-4. So she advances to the semis, and she'll face Karolina Makova of the Czech Republic tonight. So both of them are playing back-to-back because they both played and won yesterday. By the way, Emma Navarro taking on the 2 seed Sabalenka in the other semifinal. So the U.S. women, 2 chances to put 1 in the final, could put both. Meanwhile, we know on the men's side, we have an all-U.S. semifinal with Fritz and Tiafoe. The other semifinal was set last night. Jack Draper of Great Britain and the top seed Yannick Sinner both advanced. The men's semis are tomorrow. WNBA, did you place the bet?
I did.
Oh, boy. Our WNBA heater is over. Caitlin Clark, magnificent. She had 24 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists. That was after being named Player of the Week in the WNBA. She then follows it up with a triple-double. Fever have won 5 in a row. They're 7-1 post the Olympics. They beat the Sparks by 7. The problem was we laid 12.5, 93-86 Indiana. Hey, speaking of basketball, did you hear the news coming out of Philadelphia? So the Sixers have been in a dispute with Comcast there, who owns the arena that the Sixers and Flyers play in. And they said a few years ago, they're like, yeah, when our lease is done, we're out of here. And the people in Philadelphia don't want them to leave. Sixers want to move downtown. They've been trying 2 different times now over 5 years. They've been trying to purchase certain land, and the people don't want them. Well, New Jersey, across the Delaware River there, either the Ben Franklin or the Whitman, whichever bridge you want to take. Okay, New Jersey said, we'll take you. What do you need? You already have your practice facility across the bridge in Camden. How about we build you an arena? How about we give you $400 million on top of it in tax breaks? What do you say? You in? And the Sixers are like, well, come to think of it, sounds a lot better than what we're being offered over here. So we'll see if that has any traction. This is kind of like Kansas stepping up for the Chiefs and going, well, Missouri, if you don't want them, we'll give them whatever they want. One other thing, Mark. In December, TNT is bringing back the match which has fallen on tough times. Nobody's interested anymore because it's not Tiger or Phil. They're not interested. Except the match is going to be PGA against LIV.
Now we're talking.
Scotty and Rory for the PGA Tour, and the dynamic duo of Brooks and Bryson. Can you believe they're teammates after 3 years ago? Koepka was practically spitting on them. So will you watch in mid-December on TNT the PGA versus LIV match?
I think I'm in. I think I'll give that a little time, David.
I think I will too. I mean, it'll be on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. They're not going to go up against the NFL. So what if it does good ratings? Also, do you think between now and then they'll actually have a deal between the two sides?
I don't think they'll have a deal between now and then.
I don't know if they're ever going to have a deal.
I'm with you.
So, but, what if people are actually, they watch this? I mean, will that help kind of move everyone along?
You mean when it does better ratings than the President's Cup?
Yes. So at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
David asked a very simple question for you today. Text in the show at 21,000 or hit us up on X or Twitch chat room. How's your team going to do this year? What's the record of your team? Well, hope is there for everyone right now except for Carolina Panther fans and Arizona Cardinal fans and, well, a few others. Patriot fans. For the rest of you, how's your team going to do? In fact, love to hear from a Patriot fan if there are any out there that are admitting it these days to see what they think their team's going to do.
By the way, Rob in our Twitch chat room, Raiders are going to suck this year. Huh. That was after a Raiders fan said, I think they go 9-8. He's already looking forward to hockey season. Wow, Rob. Come on now.
Bengals 13-4. Joe Burrow returns and the Bengals win their first Super Bowl.
There we go. Boy,
Here it is, David.
Bob Garrett would love that.
Detroit will go 15-2. They will beat Dallas, beat the 49ers, and beat the Bills. And the parade and the boat parade on Lake Erie will be fantastic.
Goodness. It'll be epic. See, that's how great the first day of the NFL is. The Lions are winning the Super Bowl.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, look at K-ball. Commanders 11-6. Ray Johns is like, I just need the Pats to win 5. Over-under's 4.5. I need 5. Hey, baby Jules. Morning.
Where the hell you been?
She's like, guys, I need my beauty sleep from 6 to 7. Besides, you guys have a little too much snark a little too early in the day. Division winner this year, that's not the favorite. Tampa
Bay Buccaneers.
Bay. RCB says Bucs 11-6. That's not Roy Cummings, by the way, making that pick, although he'll join us in 35 minutes.
Well, he'll have them winning the division, winning 11 games.
That's what I said.
That's what Roy will have.
Yep.
I agree with that.
listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this, the return of the NFL. After 207 days, we have a game that counts in the standings tonight. Chiefs, 3-point favorites over the Ravens. That's our poll question, by the way. Straight up, who you picking tonight, Ravens or Chiefs? I went Chiefs 24-20, so technically I'm also going a cover.
I took the Chiefs as well. I haven't really thought about a final score yet. I do think, what's the over-under in the game?
Knew you were going to ask that.
And you gave the spread. I thought maybe you had the other. That's on me. I should have that information at my fingertips. It's 46.5. So you're pretty close to what the number is, 24-20.
Yeah, I've seen 46.5. I've also seen 47.5. So last year's opener was Lions 21-20, right? Over the Chiefs. I think that was the score. So there you have it. But who you like tonight? Chiefs or Ravens? No point spread involved. That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. We are encouraging you. You don't have to be super duper optimistic, but we're encouraging you to cannonball into the deep end. Today is the one day that we will not give you grief if you do so. How do you think your team is going to do this year?
David, we have the deranged Giants fan.
Uh-oh.
Big Blue goes 10-7 and makes the playoffs.
Whew. Well, I went 9-7-1 2 years ago and did. So I guess he's thinking they put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
The Chicago Bears will win one playoff game, possibly win the division at 12-5.
Oh, yeah. We're swimming in the deep end, aren't we? Got a couple of Bucs people in the Twitch chat room saying 11-6 for Tampa Bay, which would be what, a 2-game improvement over last year?
A Patriot hater in here says my team is anyone that plays the Patriots, and we will go 16-1.
We had a Commanders fan in the Twitch chat room go 12-5, right?
12-5.
12-5 for the Commanders.
Rookie quarterback, 12-5. I want to smoke what you're smoking.
Boy, and listen, we both love Daniels.
Love him.
I mean, I'm infatuated by him. I think Washington has a chance to make the playoffs. I really do. I think they could be that 9-8 team that comes out of nowhere in the NFC. But whoo-wee.
A Patriot fan says the Pats go 5-12 with a 2-game winning streak in December.
That's somebody who's really checked out the schedule. 5-12 would be an over, though, wouldn't it?
I believe so. They're 4.5, I thought.
That's what I thought, too. So,
Texans fan, welcome to the show, Texans fan. We don't hear from a lot of you. I think we go 11-6 and go to the AFC Championship and lose.
One thing I do want to point out about the Texans, and you can certainly make the case they're a better team on paper now than they were at the end of the season. They added Diggs, they added a few other players, Nixon. Okay, but last year, their crossover divisions were the AFC North and the NFC South.
Okay, so one very good division and one not so good division.
Right. This year, their crossover divisions are the AFC East, which you could argue is still easier than last year's AFC North, and the NFC North this year, which you could certainly argue is harder than last year's NFC South.
Absolutely.
So your crossover scheduling, let's just call it a wash. One easier, one harder. Now, however, first place schedule versus fourth place schedule, these are the 3 games that you'll play this year that you didn't play last year. At Dallas, at Kansas City, home for Baltimore. So even if you're better, From a scheduling standpoint, your schedule is harder. So just to get to 10 this year, you're going to have to be better in theory. But Empire in our Twitch chat room, Eagles 14-3, and they beat the Dolphins in the Super Bowl. Wow.
A 56-year-old lifelong Dolphin fan says the Fins win 11 games and the division and win one playoff game. Please. Seemed more like a prayer than a statement, but that's all right.
Was that a prediction or was that a hope?
Another Lions fan predicting a trip to the Super Bowl.
Wow. Isn't it great, though, and I'm being serious here, isn't it great that a fan base who for most of the last 30 years, you could not have given them enough alcohol or medication to have them think that that was even possible?
Last 30. David, I'm 55. Every year of my life, I'm not joking around. Even when they were good, the Super Bowl was never thought of as a possibility.
Well, I brought it up only because the 91 season, they made the NFC title game. Now, they got blown out. Okay, but I just wondered heading into 92, Barry Sanders was like, what, a fourth-year player? I just wondered if heading into the 92 season, after having gone to the NFC title game, if there was a chance that a Lions fan actually thought, we're going to get this done.
Probably a few, but not anywhere close to where they are right now. Anywhere close.
Isn't that great? Isn't that finally when your team gets its you-know-what together? Isn't that fantastic? Let's just hope they keep it together. I don't want them.
I've been watching that receiver show, and they had the Lions. They have Amon St. Brown on there. So when they win the division, they're in the locker room, and Dan Campbell's talking. He brings up the old guard. It was pretty cool to watch some of those linemen and the way the looks on their faces for winning a division when it hadn't been, when they were there for the bad part of the Lions. So it's an unbelievable turnaround. But can they handle the pressure? They're playing a first-place schedule this year.
Mm-hmm. And they're expected to win the division. Some people are picking Green Bay, okay, but they're expected to win the division. They're expected to at least do what they did last year. This coaching staff, this group of players, they haven't played with that weight on their shoulders before. Let's see if they can handle it.
David, Art, the Bills fan, really wants me to get this out because he has now texted me the same message 5 times this morning.
Okay. Art, what you got?
Bills 14-3 win the Super Bowl. This is the year Josh Allen is all we need. I guess it's not the same text. It was 13-4. Mr. Underrated Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl. He changed it up a little bit, but at the end of the day, Mr. Underrated Josh Allen, he's all we need. Art, the Bills fan, wanted me to know that. And I mean, wanted me to know that. I hadn't got to it yet, but he just kept texting it until I read it.
I love the fact he's getting more optimistic with every text. He's worked his way up to 14-3. I like that because a lot of people who send us multiple texts, the first one is the boldest, and then they, start to qualify it a little bit. Well, maybe I was a little too at 12-5. All right. By the way, Feeney is a Dolphins fan, and he in the Twitch chat room said, yeah, I love them, but I think they regress, and I think they're going to miss the playoffs.
We do get another text similar. Dolphins find out they wasted money on Tua.
There are still a lot of Fins fans who do not believe in him. I mean, you think about the quarterbacks that got paid this offseason. How many Lions fans think that Goff's the problem? How many Jags fans thinks that Trevor's the problem? Trust me, I live in Jacksonville. There's 4 of them. And they're not allowed to spend time together. They have to be, by law, they have to be separated from one another. I mean, and yet there's what, 20, 30% of the Dolphins fan base that is like, for goodness sakes.
I think he's Daniel Jones. They do.
I hope they don't think he's that bad. Come on.
No, they do. It's unbelievable. And, the numbers prove those people wrong, but then they recant that with, that's just Tyreek Hill and Waddle. That's not Tua.
Well, and quite frankly, they give us the numbers that Chris Perkins keeps harping on, which is their record against good teams. That they're like, listen, to the Finns fans who don't like Tua, they just feel those stats are hollow.
Jacksonville and Buffalo to start the season.
Both at home, too. I think a lot of pressure on the Dolphins to start 2-0. And think of how much pressure will be on the Dolphins if they lose the opener. And 4 days later, they got to host the Bills. I know it's week 2 of a 17-game season. Would that feel like a must-win? Because it would to me.
I love the week 1 NFL schedule. There are so many intriguing games, and that's another one that you and I have said all along. These teams very much similar. I don't know if they're mirror images, but they are very similar in where their weaknesses are and where they think their strengths are. And I'm going to ask Roto when we have him on the show later if that's a game worth stacking, because I think there's going to be some points in Jacksonville and Miami.
Roy Cummings will join us in about 25 minutes. The South Florida head football coach, Alex Golesh, will join us. They're making the trip to Tuscaloosa this year after hosting them last year. Remember how tough they played them last year? 1-score game deep into the 4th. He'll join us. Dr. Roto, as Mark mentioned, in a little less than 90 minutes. He'll join us Thursdays, a little past 8:30. In our 8 o'clock hour, we start to take your fantasy questions and ask them of the doc. And a little more on the Jags and Dolphins with JP Shadrick, part of the Jags Radio Network. We'll ask him point blank. Anything less than a division title and a playoff win, is that a disappointing season for Jacksonville? Because I think it is for Miami fans. Anything less than an AFC East title and 1 playoff win, I think, is considered a disappointing season.
I think you're right, although I think Miami fan would just take a playoff win one way or another, David. I really do.
I think the same thing holds true for the Jets, It's been 13 years since they made the playoffs. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow, this sucks.
What's that?
I booked all my Monday Night Football travel 2 nights ago,
Mm-hmm.
and now I'm getting the flights that have already been canceled.
Oh, wow.
Hmm. Oh my God.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Great show lined up for you today. Roy Cummings in about 15 minutes. The South Florida football coach, Alex Golesh, will join us at the top of the hour. About 45 to 60 minutes from now, start getting your questions ready, texting them in, Twitch chat room for Dr. Roto. He helps you set your fantasy lineups with the NFL returning tonight, Chiefs and Ravens. That's our poll question, by the way. Who you picking in tonight's game? I took the Chiefs 24-20. I think Mark is also taking the Chiefs. Go to that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And we begin our Diamond District bonus hour at the top of the 9 a.m. Eastern hour with JP Shadrick, Jags Radio Network. Big one in Miami, Jaguars and Dolphins. Jacksonville with a challenging schedule this year.
Very much so.
Early.
They are going to really have to work hard. And JP said it on our show a couple weeks ago. They're 2-2 through 4. They've done just fine.
think they start with 3 of their first 4 on the road. By the way, first time I went through the Jags schedule, I had them either 6-7 or 7-7, and then I had them winning out. I got to 10-7, but I got to it kind of the way Mike Tomlin and the Steelers did last year, the hard way. Don't know if that'll be good enough, by the way.
10 usually is. Even though we put such high regard to the AFC, when push comes to shove, 10 usually gets you in.
Do you think 10 will be good enough to win that division? It was last year. Colts and Jags had 9. Texans got to 10.
I had 10 winning that division.
Okay.
I did not have the Jags getting to 10, however.
Okay. There you go. So we'll make our official NFL season-long picks that we have to live with coming up tomorrow. By the way, Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Lee on a week 1 heater. 4-1 on this show. Got his game of the week right. Got his 40-unit play right. Went 8-1 for his clients. There you go. Right there.
As one heater is going, another ended last night.
Yeah.
Miller and Moulton trying to ride our WNBA heater through another game. I believe we were 5-0 on WNBA bets.
Might have been even 6. Yeah,
Might have been.
We were on a heater. It did seem like a lot of points, but we said in Caitlin we trust. She delivered a triple-double, 24, 10, and 10, but they couldn't cover the 12.5.
No, I turned it on mid-third quarter, and it was tied, and I went, this does not look good.
No.
They made a little run, got it to 6-7, but that's about all they could ever muster.
Yep.
And a win, a triple-double for Caitlin Clark, but not a cover.
They beat somebody the other day. I think they beat Vegas. And Vegas had the team they played anyway had 4 Olympians on it. Indiana had none. All right, just Now we did win the gold, so I mean it's not like we had to settle for silver or bronze or anything. We did win the gold, but there are some people saying, maybe it wasn't our best team we could have put out on the floor.
They got beat by the All-Star team. I mean, the Olympic team played the WNBA All-Stars. WNBA All-Stars beat them.
Beat them by double figures. Yeah,
right.
Well, they beat them. Yeah, absolutely. They ran
a few of them may have taken it personal.
Maybe. But we had a no-no last night in Major League Baseball, but did it really count? I mean, it was the starter and 2 relievers, because the starter got the 94, 95 pitches, so he had to come out of the game. I mean, I believe at 100 pitches, your arm literally falls off now. I mean, right there. It's very embarrassing, okay? But it could be in the middle of an at-bat, too. You're ahead of the count 1-2, guy fouls off, pitch 100, and you lose your arm. That's how fragile they are now. Mm-hmm.
Boy, oh boy, are you snarky about this?
You're damn right I am. Seriously, 94, 95 pitches, got a no-hitter through 7? Come on now. All right, first off, do the math. He's averaging like 13.5 pitches an inning. I mean, even if he just does his average, that's $120. Okay, that's a lot. But that used to be, by the way, when, 10, 15 years ago, that's what you expected out of your starter, by the way. A starter had 120 pitches. It was whether or not you were going to push them into the 120s. Chris Sale in college, okay, his college coach, 120 pitches. And then he would decide, how much am I going to push him? I think the most he ever pushed him was 133. He threw a complete game like 2-hitter at Oklahoma State. And he he wanted to take him out after 8. You and I both know Chris a little bit. Chris looked at Toe and said, I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Give me the ball. But, I mean, come on. You can't send him out there. Maybe he has a 7, 8, 9 pitch inning, for goodness sake.
Well, and David, I keep going back to the same point, is that it was 12-0. It wasn't 2-0 where a manager, and I know you'd said earlier, well, the Cubs have no chance. They probably don't. But the Cubs think that they still have a chance, and they're still playing as if they have a chance.
They
So
do.
if it was 2-0, I could have actually understood it. At 12-0, it seems ridiculous to me that you don't give him a shot at a no-hitter, especially at a home game.
But they took him out. But they got the no. Hey, 3 pitchers combined for it. Gator's going to start DJ Lagway, by the way, because Mert's still in concussion protocol, hasn't been able to practice. So the kid's going to, second game of the year. Things went just so well for Florida week 1. They got humiliated, and their starting quarterback got hurt, and now they're turned into the 5-star recruit for game 2. And Gator Nation's trying to figure out, can we raise the $25 million necessary to buy him out and afford Lane Kiffin? So how much money do we need, actually, right out of the chute? Because Lane's already making about 10. So how much are we going to have to pay him? 12? We're going to have to almost get to Kirby territory to get him here?
David, we got a text earlier in the show that said Strickland needs to be fired. $26 million for a glorified high school offensive coordinator? Naples High runs a more complex offense.
Well, and goodness knows they're not winning like Naples High School. They used to. Not anymore. But 21,000, the Twitch chat room. Either text or go to the Twitch chat room and let us know. First day of the NFL season. You can cannonball into the deep end today. You are getting no grief from Miller and Moulton. None. Today is the day to be full of hope. How's your team going to do this year?
A lot of Bucs fans thinking they're going to win the division. A lot of Dolph fans think they're going to win the division. Love the optimism in Florida. Jags fans, where you at? Because I'm not seeing a darn thing from you.
No. We have had a few Lions going to the Super Bowl predictions, though. They're feeling it. They're just, taking that love and feeling from last year, and they are riding it, baby. Our former producer. I really think he left us because he couldn't stand the idea of his Lions season ticket going to someone else and because, he worked for us, so he couldn't afford to go back home and see the games.
David, I never met someone that wanted to get back home more than he did. You and I have both moved around a lot and did so at a young age. And I graduated school at Michigan State, and I couldn't get out of Michigan quickly enough. You finished at Scranton. You worked there for a little bit, but your idea was to be in TV, so you bounced around. You moved, lived in several parts of our country, as did I. Our old producer had to get back home for football season.
And I'm wondering if they were 4-13, if he would have been that homesick. But the fact he's got Lions season tickets and they're coming off the best year they've had in over 30 years. He's like, guys, really, I love the show, but I'm out of here. I'm packing up the Pinto. I'm going.
Packing up the
Well, listen, come on now. He didn't have much more than that.
No.
We were surprised he made it all the way back. Roy Cummings is next.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What? Oh, your travel?
Yeah. You sent out the links this morning, right?
I did. I forgot Roy's, and I sent his out about 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
I sent it during the last break. We hated their clock. That's why we didn't use it, if you remember.
No, I know. I just want to say, I'm just curious. Didn't, I don't know if it's changed because that was 3 years ago. So.
Just as I typed to Roy, there he is. Good morning, Roy.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing great. You?
Very good, thanks.
Okay, Cubs fan. What the hell?
What the
we
hell?
got a minute here. 94, 95 pitches. Are you serious?
I'm keeping him in there. I'm keeping him in there. He's a veteran. It's not like he's a kid.
And it's 12-0. It's not like it's 2-0. Where
Well, I tell you what, that's what management is saying. Management is saying Our ownership is saying, "What are you doing? It's 11-0. Get the kid out of there, no matter who it is." You know, if it was Jamison Tyon, if it was Kyle Hendricks, they'd be saying to get him out of there. That's unfortunately that's today's baseball. But hey, that's a history-making moment right there.
Well, and not only that, like we were saying, they're at home. I mean, if they're in Pittsburgh, wait, but come on, you know.
And you know what else? Your chances of getting to the playoffs are still pretty slim. I understand 4.5 back. You think you got a shot? Maybe they do. It ain't that great a shot. This is a history-making moment.
Well, Mark pointed out if the score was 2, 3, 4, 5-0, and you're in playoff mode, that's one thing. But 11, 12, nothing. Come on.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm telling you, management is saying just
10
that.
seconds.
It's 11-0. What you do? Get the guy out of there. The game's won.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Alex Golesh, the South Florida football coach, will join us coming up at the top of the hour. They've got Alabama on Saturday night. Dr. Roto, 1 hour from now. Hold off on sending us your questions for the doc. We'll do that next hour. JP Shadrick at the top of the bonus hour talking Jags and Dolphins. But Roy Cummings moved his schedule up for us so we could talk to the South Florida football coach. And Roy joins us now. You can follow Roy on X at rcummings, FHCN, rcummings, FHCN. All right, we are asking all our listeners, today is the day that you can cannonball into the deep end of hope, okay? You can text us. You can post on X, 13-4, we're going to, okay. Curious, your ceiling for the Bucs is what?
Ooh. A ceiling in terms of wins.
Yeah, just in terms of if you think if they stay healthy, everything comes together, their ceiling is
13 wins.
Whoa!
Yeah, 13. It's a weak division, guys. It's a weak division. Schedule's not special, and it's a good team. Now, that's ceiling.
Right.
That's
No.
You just
We
said if everything goes perfect. That's
right.
not my prediction.
No.
That's
said
not my prediction.
Cannonball
I think it'll
into
be
the
fewer
deep
than
end.
that. But I think there's potential for 13 wins in there. As long as they play smart football, stay healthy. I don't see anyone in the division that they should lose to at any point, to be honest. I don't think I'm not a Falcons believer. Somebody's going to have to change my mind on that. And Raheem Morris may do it. Good friend of mine, and wish him well. But I don't think this is his year. But I do think the Bucs are a solid team. I think they're a very good team. I think they're a very underrated team, a forgotten team. And there is talent throughout that roster. Look, you've got one Hall of Famer. I doubt that Levante David will get there, but maybe he should. The team's better with Rashad White and Bucky Irving at the running back position, and with Sean Tucker at the running back position. They're better there. They're deeper at wide receiver. If they do have injuries, look, Chris Godwin is starting the season healthy, thankfully, for the Buccaneers. Evans is still a 1,000-yard receiver. The offensive line should be a touch better. The defensive line should be a tad better. Can they still get to the passer? You know what? They figure out a way. They blitz and they leave those safeties and corners out on the islands. But you know what? They can cover it. This is a good football team, guys. If they underachieve, it's on them. But this is a good football team.
They get Washington, 4:00 game. Why it's at 4:00. Most of us have no idea why they're going to play it that late and have potential rainstorms all over the game, but that's something we'll deal with when the game comes. But a rookie quarterback, one that's highly thought of, and we think a lot of this young man and what he can do, but he's going to see a lot of blitzing out of Bowles, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But you got to be smart because this is a guy who can really move around too. So be careful. Don't be over aggressive. And that's something I think that the Bucs have to be concerned with is, first game, ramped up at home, ready to go, want to prove to look, you don't think that they feel what everybody else is saying about them? They hear it. They know everybody's forgotten about them. It's a cliche. Nobody believed in us. Well, you know what? Not too many people believe in the Buccaneers. So they're going to go out there. They're going to pin back their ears for sure. And they're going to go after some people. But Gotta be disciplined. I'll never forget the first time they went up against Donovan McNabb. They were repeatedly preaching to themselves, just stay tight. Don't go past the quarterback wherever he is on the field. That's your mark. Don't go past there. Don't let him out of that out of that pocket. And they've got to be smart and disciplined when it comes to that. But they are going to blitz him because there's no better way to upset a young rookie quarterback, to really get him off his game, than to blitz. They'll probably blitz him on the first play.
You mentioned the Bucs starting this year with a healthy Chris Godwin. They're also starting with a healthy Vita Vea and also Kalijah Cansey, and that wasn't necessarily the case early last year. We're talking Bucs with Roy Cummings. Follow him on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. All right. They really are overlooked, aren't they? 4 straight playoff appearances, 3 straight division titles. Okay, if this was Dungy or Gruden as head coach, they would not be overlooked. Don't you think part of it is Todd Bowles?
No, I think the biggest thing is Tampa Bay. They're not Philadelphia. They're not New York. They're not Dallas. Anywhere else, if you're really good, you're pushed to the B side of the menu. Okay, you're not option A. Nobody's talking about you nationally. They're not sexy enough. They just aren't. Todd Bowles is part of it, but you know what? Todd Bowles shouldn't be part of it because Todd Bowles has proven. Look, talk about a monumental task. First of all, he comes in for a guy who's legendary, takes over as coach. He loses the greatest quarterback of all time and has to figure it out after that. And guess what? They figured it out. Jason Light is underrated. Todd Bowles is underrated. Look, I even underrate Todd Bowles a little bit myself. I don't think he's an elite head coach. I really don't. I'm not a big fan of blitzing all the time. It's how he makes it work. Somehow he does make it work. You've heard me say this before, guys. I believe there are NFL head coaches and there are NFL coordinators who are named head coaches. I still think Todd Bowles is a coordinator who's been named a head coach. But he's changing my mind because what he's done over the last couple of years is something a lot of head coaches who were given that title, at least men who were given that title, couldn't do. You take away a quarterback like Tom Brady, you take away some of the impact players that they've had and lost over the course of time, and still make it work. And I don't care what division it is. They're all tough. You still have to win 7, 8, 9, 10 games or more to get there, and then to win in the playoffs. So they have made it work. So yes, it's a little bit Todd Bowles, but it's a lot of bit Tampa Bay. Look, even when they were winning Super Bowls, it took until John Gruden got here and they were already in the playoffs for them to get on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Nobody paid any attention. Nobody does pay any attention until you end up facing somebody like Philadelphia or Dallas or something like that. And then everybody suddenly wakes up and does their homework.
And I think a lot of it's Baker, too. I mean, we look at what Baker Mayfield's career was, and there's some good, but there's a lot of bad. And, you look in Detroit and the way they think of Jared Goff, they certainly don't think that way nationally about Baker Mayfield the way they do about Goff, that no one's complaining about the quarterback in Detroit. And it's, well, can the quarterback you got on a bargain in Tampa produce? And he seems to play best with the chip on his shoulder.
He absolutely does. And also, look, you hear more about all the young quarterbacks. You're hearing more about the quarterback, obviously, in Chicago, where, my God, it's just, another disaster waiting to happen. I hope that doesn't happen. But you hear so much more. I mean, look, why are the Falcons rated ahead of the Buccaneers why do most people see the Falcons? Because they've got Kirk Cousins, the great Kirk Cousins, who's just good enough to get you within the playoffs and then miss. That's how good he is. He is good enough to win you 8, 9, maybe even 10 games and miss the playoffs. That's what he'll do. And if he gets there, he won't win. Baker Mayfield gets you to the playoffs, wins, and it's the way he does it that, unfortunately, people aren't really, hearing enough about. This guy is a guy who, he goes out there and he throws blocks for his running backs when the play breaks down. He runs for first down. He's got a lot of things in him that we seem to love about quarterbacks, and a lot, the grit, the grind, the whole bit, the attitude, the work ethic, everything. And plus, in a lot of ways, the success. He's made it to the playoffs a couple of times. There's a guy in Dallas who probably isn't succeeding as well as he is, but he's going to get $40 million. So, there's a lot of quarterbacks out there that can't hold the candle to Baker Mayfield, guys. And I'm not saying he's going to have a Pro Bowl season again, an all-pro season, but he could. He's got the ability.
So just to set the record straight, if the teams were even, if this was the old IROC series where the cars are even, you would take Baker Mayfield over Kirk Cousins.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. On upside alone. And also that grit and that grind. And I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's a good quarterback, a very good quarterback, good manager. And I don't use that in a bad way. But what Baker Mayfield brings is that thing that binds everybody together, that leadership quality that nobody seems to care about. There was a reason this guy was picked first overall. The Browns didn't get it wrong until they decided to quit on him. And of course, no surprise there. But the Browns didn't get it wrong. Just because he was a little shorter than ideal, maybe that was it. That was the only knock on him, really. And he was okay. He was a little cocky. So what? I want my quarterback cocky. I want my quarterback cocky. You want him going in there and managing that huddle and telling everybody we're going to win this thing today because that's what he does. And when the ship's got a hole in it, he's the one plugging the hole.
All right. On defense, where are the sacks going to come from, Roy? Because the one thing that I worry about this team is the defensive front. And, you mentioned you don't like him blitzing all the time, but I don't know how they get to the quarterback consistently without blitzing.
Well, I agree with you, and that's the case. That unfortunately, that is the issue, is I don't see them getting there either without the blitz. Even Kalijah Cansey's going to have to benefit from that. But when you put Kalijah Cansey, look, you guys know this. When you saw him last year, when Kalijah Cansey was out there with Vita Vea, you've got a real problem on your hands. And so I think that's the key, is Vita Vea's got to stay healthy. He's got to be the impact player. He's lost a little bit of weight. I hope he hasn't lost any of his drive and energy, because he needs that. Because if Vita Vea is taking up two blockers, somebody gets free. It's usually a blitzer, but we also know that Kalijah Cansey lives, and I do mean lives, in the offensive backfield. It seems like he starts two steps into the backfield. He doesn't get, flushed out too often. So I think that's where it comes from. I think he's your leader, but I also think he ends up with 8. I don't think there's a 10-sack guy here, because the rest of them are going to be spread across the middle and the secondary. You're going to see the linebackers are going to get 2 and 3 apiece, and the linemen will get 3 and 4 apiece.
All right, crazy idea, because it's coming from me, so it's nuts. All right, you call the Jets and you say, we'll take the Hassan Reddick mess off your hands. You're giving up a conditional third. We'll match it. We'll give you a conditional third a year or two down the road. You say to Hassan Reddick, we'll do the new contract right now. They've got about $14 million under the cap right now. They could do a contract, give him 3 years, which is what he wants, this year and 2 more. He's 31. He's double-digit sacks off the edge, guaranteed, 4 years in a row. Imagine Hassan Reddick on the Bucs.
I like the thought of it. I don't think Jason Light does. I haven't talked to him about it. Hasn't given me any insight into what he thinks about that kind of a thing. Probably wouldn't anyway if I'd asked him. But here's the thing. I don't think it's the Bucs' way to go that way. First of all, the Jets are going to want a player back. And the Bucs would offer up Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and I don't think that's enough. I don't think the Bucs want to give up the draft pick. But here's the other thing. The Bucs believe strongly in Chris Braswell, and they believe a lot, obviously, in Kalijah Cansey and Yaya Diaby. I think they feel like they're okay at that spot because of how they play. See, even if you have Reddick, you're not going to stop blitzing, because that's who Todd Bowles is. He's going to blitz no matter what.
Yeah, but you can blitz one less guy if you have Reddick.
I agree. But I think that's also the reason you've seen them rebuild that secondary with as much talent as I think is back there. There's a lot there. And as long as that stays healthy, I think they continue to blitz. And I just think that the way the team is built, the MO of the head coach and coordinator is to blitz. And to me, I think they think the price is too much. They feel they can get there without that. But if they've lost any belief at all in Bryce Hall, in Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, then it's something I think they consider, and let's see how it starts off. You've got a couple of weeks, so let's see how it goes. If the deadline comes around and they're really struggling to get to the quarterback, if they're down a couple of games, if they've lost a couple and they've got 2 sacks, and all of them came on blitzes from a safety, well, then they might absolutely look at that.
Think they commit to the run against Washington? You've talked all offseason that you think they'll commit to the run more. Will they do it on Sunday?
God, I hope so. I mean, this is not the time to throw out the game plan and say it doesn't work. No, Baker Mayfield, as much as I love him and think he's, really the key to it all here, he needs help. It can't all be on his shoulders. So give this team a running game. And look, you beefed up the offensive line, or you think you did, for a reason. And you went out and you drafted Bucky Irving for a reason. Sean Tucker was brought in a year ago for a reason. Rashad White is a better player than a lot of people want to give him credit for. In a bad scheme last year, he still ran for 1,000 yards. You've got to commit to the running game. I think the running game can make a big, big step forward this year.
Roy Cummings covering the Bucs, and he has for us for nearly 20 years. Follow him on X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. Roy, thanks for your time. Have a great weekend. Stay cool and dry with the Bucs, and we'll talk next week.
Enjoy the games, gentlemen. Take care.
Roy Cummings, kind enough to join us once again, and even he agrees with us. Diehard Cubs fan, they should have left the kid in.
Ceiling at 13 for Roy. 13.
Wow. That's cannonballing into the deep end. We'll stay in Tampa. We'll talk South Florida football. Alex Golesh, the head coach, next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
You have
online.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All set with Coach.
Yeah, RCB, it's the same with the Dolphins, the same with the Jags. I mean, teams that just all three in-state teams could not run the ball 3rd and 1, 3rd and a yard and a half last year. I think it was, it might have been 10-3 RCB, and I think Bama scored late to win 17-3. But yeah. That was the game that Nick benched Milroe. He didn't play.
Mm-hmm. Really well for him.
And by the next week, he was a starter. It's because the whole team revolted on him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we are thrilled once again to be joined every other week throughout the college football season by the head coach of the Bulls of South Florida. He's Alex Golesh, who led South Florida to almost as many wins last year as they had had in the previous 4 seasons combined, off to a 1-0 start this year. They're headed to Alabama on Saturday. You can follow the coach on X at Coach Golesh, Golesh. Coach, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this again. How are you?
I'm doing well. I appreciate y'all having me on.
No, we love it. Thanks for making time for us. Okay, how do you Because we spent all the last year talking and listening to you talking about building a program and character and commitment and what have you. How do you keep what you established and yet wipe the slate clean because it's a new year?
Yeah, I think we're still in the building phase. You know, it's really, really hard to build. It's really hard to lay a foundation and then recruit to it. I think it certainly makes it a lot easier when you've got proof of concept in year one, where you can point to something and say, here's where we started. Here's the vision of where we're going. But really, really hard to build. I think even harder to sustain it, which kind of goes to your question, which we're certainly not there by any means yet. And like you said, we're going to play Alabama, which for as long as in my professional lifetime has been the standard of college football. And I think that's what's so phenomenal is you see programs like that are able to sustain. And I think when you build a foundation, you've got a chance at that point then to be able to sustain it once you get to where you want to be. But it all has to start with the foundation. And that's the key for us right now as we continue to build one, to have something solid that you can turn back to when we eventually get to where we want to be, which is contending for championships every year.
Well, in order to do that, the team has to have expectations. And I don't know what their expectations were a year ago, but is it a different mood from the players? That foundation that you're building, did they walk into camp this year with a little different attitude than they did last year?
I think they came in January with a different attitude, and solely for the reason that they knew what to expect. I think a year ago we crawled into fall camp with no real expectation because they didn't really know what to expect. Everything was new, and there's a level of anxiety that comes with new. There's a level of anxiety that comes with not knowing. I think this year there's a level of comfort because they knew what to expect. And the new guys that came in here, and there's a ton of them, the older guys, the guys that have been here, we're able to teach them our process and teach them what the expectations are. I think it's so different when that's taught from within the meeting rooms and within the locker room rather than from the coaches. But I think they understand the expectations, at least from a staff standpoint, of what's expected every single day. In terms of outside expectations, I think we're slowly but surely getting to a point where there's expectations within our program, but there's never going to be higher expectations than there are from within our own locker room. And I think that's the biggest thing to understand is when it becomes truly player driven, you've got a real program, and we're building towards that right now.
Alex Golesh, the second-year head coach of the Bulls of South Florida, off to a 1-0 start. Heading to Alabama Saturday night. Remember, they played a really good game last year against Bama. Okay, Bama with a late score to win by 2 touchdowns. Coach, 18 returning starters by my count, including a special young quarterback who amounted for 4,000 yards of offense last year. I mean, I know you like to keep everybody's egos in check, but Byron Brown can play.
Yeah, he's special. He's special in every way, and I don't super worry about his ego. He works like somebody that's out to prove something every single day. But a really special talent, and is, I think it gets lost in all of it that he was just a redshirt freshman last year. He's still 19 years old right now, and got the weight of our program on his shoulders, and there's not a better person to do so. He's so mature and works as hard as anybody within our program to continue to perfect his craft. I'm excited. He only played a half last week and was really efficient and did some really good things in the run game, was really accurate in the pass game. Obviously will be a different test this week, but he's a young man that's got his process right. He understands what it is to prepare for games at this level. And I'm just beyond excited to see him as he continues to progress through the season and just continue to see his growth.
How important was it? You won the game convincingly, able to get a lot of bodies in the game, a lot of different guys carrying the ball, a lot of different guys catching the ball. it would seem to me that the first game, there are jitters for everybody, and to have it go as expected leads to confidence for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are at a point in our program where we've got a level of confidence that in a game like that, you should be able to go execute at a high clip. Week one is always tricky because I don't know if it's so much jitters as much as maybe on the coaching side, like, hey, let's make sure we got all our I's dotted and our T's crossed. But I thought they were certainly prepared and ready to go. It was awesome to get a bunch of guys in the game, and you obviously always have a plan to do so. And I've done this long enough where it doesn't go as you plan. But it was awesome for us. We needed to get a bunch of young guys in the game to see how they reacted under the lights, to see how they reacted in front of a crowd, to give us an idea of like, man, we felt like this guy was ready through camp. Was he actually ready? So we got a lot out of it. We got a lot of young guys that we felt like, all right, man, these guys are closer to ready than we thought. Will help us contribute on special teams and on offense and defense. But it was really, really good. It was also really good to see some guys that, man, these guys aren't ready. And it's okay. That's part of development. That's part of building, that they need a year. They need to go spend a year in the weight room, a year on the scout team. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's part of college and part of growth. And we'll see where they are here halfway through the season after the second bye week and see if they can help us at that point. But if not, we got to go get ready to play these games.
We mentioned earlier you played Bama last year, played them tough. They pulled away late, but you faced them without Milroe. Obviously, you're getting him this time around. Do you have to alter your defense because of the dimension that he brings to the game that they didn't have at quarterback last year?
Yeah, we were certainly getting ready for Milroe a year ago. I don't know that you have to change as much as you've got to be aware of what's going on. Different quarterbacks, so different ability. Jalen's different. He's special. And obviously you saw it through the playoff run they made last year, through the SEC championship game. He's a complete player. He certainly does a lot of incredible things, extending plays with his feet. He's got an incredible ball, and he's got weapons to throw it to. In terms of altering a plan, I think you set the game plan up around that. You've got to be ready to make sure that he doesn't beat you running around back there, and you've got to be aware of the ability to push it down the field. He's a pro, and that's why he's at Alabama, and that's why he's won the games he's won. But for us defensively, a year ago we played extremely well. I think the biggest thing that the takeaway is that was a year ago, and you got to go do it again and give us a chance offensively to go score points, which a year ago we couldn't. We got in the red zone, and time again we could not convert it into points, and that's the biggest takeaway from a year ago is you had every chance to go win that football game, and we couldn't execute.
For you personally, how much, I don't know if easier is the right word, because you've always seemed like you're very prepared, but doing it a second time, how much just being more familiar with everything, how much has that helped you develop this program as you're not worried about, I don't know, just figuring out things at South Florida? You know where everything is. You know how things are done there in your second year. How different is it for you?
To be honest with you, I think it continues to get harder. You're constantly fighting a daily battle to make sure the standard is continuing to get raised. You're making sure that, yes, your processes are established, but you're constantly making sure that they're upheld to a standard that you want them at. In terms of knowing where things are, absolutely easier. I think in terms of comfort level with the people in that room, it's probably easier in that regard. But I think as you continue to build and have success, it only gets harder because you got to continue. When you have success, it's a lot harder to correct things than when obviously you have failure. It's easier to say, man, that was really bad. We got to change this. I think the hardest thing is to fight complacency within your players and certainly within your staff that, hey, I understand we had success, but this was still not where it needs to be. And that's what you continue to fight. I don't know that it ever gets really easier. I think there's maybe more of a comfort level but you're just working on different details. You know, I feel like I've had that question a bunch this offseason. You know, it's you're taking everything to another level in year two, and it's just going to continue to go that way. And that's schematically, offensively, and defensively, and on special teams, but it's in how we operate within our walls that standards just continue to get raised.
Coach, thanks for making time for us. Safe travels. Good luck against Alabama. You'll play Alabama and Southern Miss on the road before we talk to you again before hosting the Canes. Good luck. All the best.
Appreciate it. Have a great day. Go Bulls.
Alex Golesh, second-year head coach at South Florida. The 3 years previously, for those who weren't with us last year, we had him on every other week, and we actually talked to him a few times during spring ball and fall camp. But 2020, 1 win. 2021, 2 wins. 2022, 1 win. He inherited a program that had won 4 games in 3 years. 3 of the 4 wins were against FCS schools. They had won 1 FBS game in 3 years. They went 7-6 last year, went to a bowl, humiliated Syracuse 45-0 in the bowl. Whooped up on Bethune to start the year. They're 1-0 going to Alabama. They're getting 30.5. I can tell you right now, I am taking the Bulls and the points.
Looks like they might have a special quarterback, David. You brought it up. And dual threat quarterbacks are something that are difficult to stop. And look, Alabama's going to win. But you're right, 30.5 is a lot of points.
It does, because I think this year South Florida gets 17, 20 points against them, which means Bama's got to get into the 50s. And I don't think they will. We'll see, obviously. I mean, it's not like they're going to sneak up on Alabama. Everybody who's returning is like, yeah, it was 3-3 at the half and 10-3 in the fourth against these guys last year. And Milroe's going, yeah, but I didn't play, guys. Dr. Roto in 25 minutes. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed and that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David
This
Moulton.
is Miller & Moulton.
So are we, Wes. So are we.
Yeah, Donnie, I go at the Buddy Martin show in Gainesville. I've probably been on that 40 plus weeks a year for 7 years. Did it all to try to get us in Gainesville. Got us this close. Now we're like this close. God. So well, there are 3 big Mondays in late October, early November in a row. The Bucs host Monday Night Football on the 21st of October. They play on the road on Monday Night Football on like November 4th, I think. And the Monday in between, October 28th, is Stamkos's return with the Preds.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Dr. Roto in a little more than 15 minutes. Now you can start sending in your fantasy football questions that we will ask the good doc on your behalf. Text 21,000. If you haven't in a while, make sure you type in the new keyword Miller. 21,000, keyword Miller, if you haven't done so in the last 6 weeks. That'll get you in, and we'll see your question for the good doctor. If you're following us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, just send it in via the chat room.
And I can tell you, with all honesty, I don't believe I have a question for Roto this week. I think I'm set. I have some DFS questions that I'm curious about.
Really?
But week 1, I know who I'm starting.
So you're that confident in your draft that you still feel good. You don't think you missed on somebody. You don't look at it upon further review and go,
I made one mistake, and it's not a big mistake. I would have rather have taken one player instead of another, and I got a little panicked with time. I didn't realize that player was available because the ratings on the system I was using were much worse than the ratings I had from Dr. Roto's cheat sheet. He had that particular player ranked a lot higher. And so I made a mistake. I got a guy that was ranked one spot below him, so I don't feel like I, lost everything on it, but I made one mistake.
Okay. Well, who knows? I mean, maybe everybody else feels, kind of like today. The premise of the show today, by the way, poll question quickly, who do you like tonight? Chiefs or Ravens? After 207 days, the NFL is back. Thursday night football at Arrowhead. Chiefs hosting the Ravens are a 3-point favorite. Who do you like, Ravens or Chiefs? That's our poll question. Around 2/3 of you like the Chiefs, at least the last time I looked. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. But our premise to the show today has been today can be the day that you're overly optimistic, that the glass is more than half full. It's maybe even filled damn close to the top. Hell, if you want, okay, the water, the beer, it's on the table. You filled it too high. What do you see for your team this year? And we're actually stressing the optimistic point of view, not the snarky point of view.
We'll leave the snarky point of view for next week when your team's already lost.
Right.
And you're going to feel like a Florida Gator fan.
Yeah, that didn't go well. Did you see what our former producer texted the two of us earlier in the show?
I did. A GoFundMe page for Napier.
To fire him.
For early retirement. It said.
Come on, that's so college football. That's so SEC. It just means more. That's spectacular.
It really is.
It's 25, 26 million. That's just, never mind. He hired 431 people on staff, and then you got to bring in a whole new staff.
What did I read with Mullen? They had like 28 staffers. They've got 72 now.
Right.
Those numbers could be off by a couple, but it was in the 20s to in the 70s with staffers. Because that was what Florida needed. They needed more people. They needed a bigger football department. They weren't running their department the right way, and they needed more folks on board. Hasn't helped.
Well, that's straight out of, Saban playbook right there. I mean, and he did say that when he got hired. He said, hey, I'm a disciple, and I believe in what he's done. I did it at Louisiana. I'm going to do it even to a greater degree here. And so, yeah, I mean, Mark, I don't know about you, but, you and I are both parents. Before that, we were students. Okay. The whole, student teacher ratio, I mean, Billy wanted to make the faculty, player ratio, if you will, as close to 1-to-1 as he could.
And while he's done that, he's still lost more games in the swamp than Spurrier did.
Yeah, and Steve was there 12 years.
Right.
And Billy's been there how long?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, the one guy was very successful, but yeah, that's not good. They're not happy.
No, they are not. And as we pointed out, there's no university president right now. It matters. It's a big deal in that Strickland's holding on for dear life. Because if they blow out the coach, they're blowing out Strickland.
Well, I don't see how he gets to hire a third. Do you?
No.
Even though the rest of the athletic department, he's done some very good things. He's raised money. He's improved facilities. Most of the rest of the athletic department seems in very good shape outside of women's basketball.
But, David, don't you think, and I'm not trying to take away from, don't you think damn near any athletic director could do that with the money they're getting?
I think so, yes.
And the history they've already had in so many of these sports. Well, I mean, Florida gymnastics is going to drop off. Florida baseball is going to drop off. Come on.
And obviously their track and field coach is a legend. No, I'm with you.
I mean, the basketball program's in disarray on both sides.
I don't know. The men's side, actually, I think he turned it last year.
We'll see.
And he's done some good recruiting. I'd be surprised if the men's basketball program is not.
They should be a tournament team every year, though, David.
Well, I agree. He's had 2 years. This is his make it happen year. Okay. It is. There's no doubt about it. I think he makes it happen this year. I think he makes the tournament. I even think he wins a game. All right. But, I'm with you. You're right. You don't get any credit. It's football. I mean, every decision that a school and a conference is making is all about football. So you might as well make the athletic director decision the same. Like you said, I can find somebody to do the other 22 sports. I need somebody to get this one right. And you're 0 for 2. Although, I got to be honest, upon further review, should they have kept Dan Mullen? I mean, his first 3 years were terrific. It was largely with McElwain's guys. Okay, the program at the end of year 4 was a mess. Talent was bad. The locker room was lost. Dan wasn't getting it done on the recruiting trail.
No, Dan was getting the same guys he got at Mississippi State, and that wasn't good enough in Gainesville.
No.
2 and 3 stars that we coach up is not what you expect in Gainesville.
No. We thought that his player development from what he did at Mississippi State, he was going to recruit a better player and then to have the same player development. Right.
But he never was able to get that player.
No. So, obviously Napier looks as if it's a mistake. But does that mean that they should have stayed with Mullen? Because the program was a mess at the end of 4 years. 3 pretty darn successful ones and 1, oh boy. And now look at where we are. Here's what I think Florida has to do. They have to stop hiring. We can have our postmortem on Dan Mullen. At least Dan Mullen had done it somewhere else. He was successful. All right. They got to stop with the Napier, McElwain, Muschamp hire. Either he's never done it before or he's only done it at the lower level. Okay. The next coach, whether it's next year or soon thereafter, it's got to be somebody who's gotten it done at a high level. Lane Kiffin, 8 for 100. That's 12.5 per. Do the deal with Jimmy Sexton now. Put it in Sexton's drawer. Let the season play out.
It's funny, though. That's never been their MO in hiring coaches is
Nope.
someone that's done it before. Because Urban had done it, but not at the highest levels.
He was the coach on the market, though. Remember, Florida moved early on Zook so they could get ahead of Notre Dame to get him. I mean, he was getting the Notre Dame job if Florida doesn't get him.
You're right. I'm just saying that that's not been their MO of how they've hired coaches.
That's true. All right, fire away. 21,000 on the text line, the Twitch chat room. The doctor makes his fantasy football house call. Dr. Roto is next on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is Doc going to use the link? I sent him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wes, is this a PPR or?
There's Doc. Hey, Doc.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for hooking up this way. It sounds a lot better.
Okay, you got it. Sure, I didn't realize you guys were doing StreamYard.
Yeah.
Been doing StreamYard for a few years. It works pretty well.
Yeah, we do StreamYard for my podcast on Wednesday night and Friday night.
How's college going for the kids?
Well, my daughter's transitioning, to FGCU and the new major. My son, did you see what happened at Rice? It was a murder.
Yeah, I did see that.
I mean, literally, it's on the first day of school.
Oh, man.
So, I mean, some guy goes into his girlfriend's room and shoots her and himself. But I feel terribly for the family, but at least it was contained, right? It wasn't an active thing. So I think he's okay.
Oh.
Oh, Dave, thanks. Thank you so much for about the, she really wants to learn how to do something with a camera.
Yeah, not going to be a problem. They've hired somebody new who starts in like 10 days, I guess. And so I was told no sense you reaching out before then because nobody besides that person is the person to talk to.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
You guys ready to go for week one?
Oh, yeah.
I thought the summit was really good.
The summit was great. Got a lot of positive feedback on it, Doc. Had a few people who reached out to me, like said basically they couldn't, their drafts were earlier. We may need to move it up a week. That's the only thing I would think.
That could be. A lot of people start drafting around the 15th.
Boy, that seems early to me.
I know. It's crazy.
Well, like I told you, Jacksonville's interested.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, they sent me the games last night for us to pick.
Okay.
We have to get them to them by Friday night.
All right.
3 college, 3 pro.
Oh, you can't gamble on. If you can gamble on FanDuel, there's a glitch. Giddens from Kansas State is at 88.5 yards on FanDuel, but he's 99.5 yards at every other site.
Oh.
So you might want to invest in that. How's Bud Elliott doing with his gambling?
I don't think he had a good week one. He had a great last couple of years. But I don't think he had a great week one.
He's going to make a lot of money when Florida opens up to other books because he understands arbitrage betting, which nobody else really does in this state. And he will literally sit at home and make a fortune.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Joined this day and time every week until late December throughout the NFL season by Dr. Roto. He of drroto.com, drroto.com, a tremendous fantasy sports site, not just football. All right. Great advice. People who give you winners on a regular basis. Dr. Roto. That's also where you follow him on X at DRROTO. Doc, David, and Mark, how are you?
Guys, I'm doing great. It feels like the summit was just a day ago, and now we're doing this again. I can't wait.
Well, let's get right after it because people are very interested. And I've got a great question to start this off. It's not about a player, but it's about a debate inside of a league. It's his general question to settle a debate in the league. Drafting a guy on IR to move to IR and open a roster spot to pick someone up on waivers before week one. Is this cheating or just being smart?
Yeah, so I play in a baseball league called Tout Wars, and it's like all the best experts in the industry. And that is one of our rules. You can draft a guy on the IR, and you can put him right on, and you put him on the IR, and you pick up another guy. It's a savvy move. I mean, I understand why people don't like it, but it is a savvy move. I mean, if you sometimes just got to outsmart your competition. But Jonathan Brooks, one of my favorite picks this year, is going to miss 4 or 5 weeks, and then he's going to be great in the second half.
All right. A bunch of questions already submitted in the chat room on Twitch. Tight end, Bowers or Jonnu Smith?
Yeah, I actually have that decision to make in a high stakes league. So we really haven't seen Bowers on the field in a very long time. So I don't know how he's looking. I really want to see tomorrow's practice. Is he walking around gingerly on the foot, or is he not? I think Jonnu Smith, regardless, is in a really good spot this week against Jacksonville. It's a high-paced game, 2 offensive-minded teams. Wouldn't shock me to see Jonnu go 4 for 50. So unless I'm fully convinced that Brock Bowers is 100%, I'm going to go with Jonnu.
Rashee Rice or Roto baby Malik Neighbors?
And my Roto child. Never mess with the Roto child. I think so. Sports books are slow on the take, right? So one of my favorite bets this week is Jaden Daniels over rushing yards, okay? Because I think it's like 39.5, and the sports books haven't realized how much he's going to run. I feel the same way about Neighbors. His number is like 58.5. If he gets 58.5 yards receiving, the Giants are going to score 3 points. They're going to need him to get 158.5 yards. So I think they're underestimating what his value is to the offense. Give me Neighbors.
Fly Panda Fly in our Twitch chat room wonders, how hard do you go with the rookie wide receivers early? Like he asked, Neighbors to start, or should I play it safer with a Pittman or a Keenan Allen?
Well, so it's not about rookies. It's always about matchups. We've discussed this for years. I don't love Keenan Allen's matchup this week. It seems like they're using him as the third receiver, and they're not putting him out there in 2 receiver sets. So he's okay. I mean, I love Michael Pittman. That game is going to be like a track meet. And I think Anthony Richardson is going to go off this week. I really do. I like that prop bet as well, passing yards over. So I'm thinking that Pittman is definitely a great play this week.
Question on the Cowboys. It says Cowboys have to try to run the ball. They've named Zeke first on the depth chart. Can Rico help you win your league, or just stay away altogether?
No, I think, look, Zeke, how far can you run when you're running in quicksand? Right? So I like him in the red zone. I like him by the goal line. Within the 20s, I think Rico is the better fit. I really do. So I think Dowdle's just going to be that guy who gets you maybe 25 to 35 yards rushing, 25 to 35 yards receiving. It's not going to be pretty, but you might be able to cobble together 8 to 10 points.
Got a couple of quarterback questions, both involve Matthew Stafford. JB wants to know, do I start Stafford at Detroit or Kyler Murray at Buffalo? The other question, Sonny wants to know, Stafford or Justin Herbert?
All right. So I've got a friend who covers Arizona, and he has said, and David, I'm sure you may agree with this one, they have great run schemes, but they have horrible passing schemes. Like their offensive coordinator just doesn't know how to get his guys open, which scares me. I would think that Kyler could run a touchdown in, but Stafford on Sunday night in Detroit, in what should be a very high-scoring game, give me every piece of that game I can possibly find. I think that game is like a 57 number. Justin Herbert is a tricky one. So, Mark, you're going to appreciate this. There's a good friend of mine in the industry that thinks an outstanding play on DraftKings is like Herbert, McConkey, Josh Palmer, because nobody's going to play that because everybody thinks they're going to run. So nobody's going to play that. You're going to get that at like 1% owned, right? So that's how I would play Herbert in a DFS contrarian lineup, but not over Stafford, who's going to throw for 320 yards and 2 touchdowns.
You talked about the Detroit game. I have a feeling about this Miami-Jacksonville game for whatever reason from a DFS standpoint, because I don't think either defense is going to be that good. Am I off base?
No, I think you're way, way on base. I think every lineup probably should start with Tyreek Hill and Evan Engram and then work from there. Because Kirk is not 100%. Brian Thomas doesn't know the route tree yet. Engram is Trevor Lawrence's guy. Miami historically doesn't cover the tight end very well. And who covers Tyreek? Nobody. So but that's going to be very highly rostered, but I don't care. I'll differentiate elsewhere. That's where you could get cute, right? With a Herbert, Palmer, McConkey, and then you've got your Hill and your Engram and your Bijans and your other guys like that.
Gator alumnus wants to know Shakir or McLaurin.
So if there are a couple of guys in fantasy this year that if they don't do well, I will not be your rich friend. One of them is Zamir White. The other one is Terry McLaurin. I might have McLaurin if I'm in 19 leagues, I think I have McLaurin in like 15. I'm all in. I'm in on Jaden Daniels. I'm in on McLaurin. I think he's, the number one there by far. I'll give people a sneaky pickup to watch for this week. Watch Noah Brown. He signed with the Commanders, and he's a great signing because Jaden Daniels loves throwing deep. And what do we know about Noah Brown? He runs deep, right? He's not exactly Luke McCaffrey, Dynamic Brown, yeah, but Noah Brown is a good fit there.
David Montgomery or the aforementioned Zamir White?
So, like I said, I'm all in on Zamir White, and the Chargers did not have a very good run defense the last few years. Now, did Jim Harbaugh fix that? Is he able to fix that? How many things can Harbaugh fix in 5 months? Right? You try to fix your offensive line, you try to change your offensive scheme, you got to change your running game, you got to change your defense. I don't know. I think if you're asking me, does Antonio Pierce give Zamir White the football 20 times and have him go 20 for 80 and a touchdown? I say yes. If Alexander Madison was any good, he'd still be in Minnesota.
Got that right. What did he have? One rushing touchdown or no rushing touchdowns? They had the worst short yardage and inside the 10-yard line rushing offense in the NFL last year in Minnesota. All right, got a couple of flex PPR type questions. Two of them involve Keenan Allen. Empire wants to know in a PPR flex: Xavier Worthy, Jerome Ford, or Keenan Allen?
All right. So listen, without Hollywood Brown, Worthy is a really great player. The question is, can he get deep? The answer is yes. On any given play, Patrick Mahomes can find him. I think he's a great play. Keenan Allen, like I said earlier in the segment, I just don't trust him yet. I don't know. Didn't it look like in Hard Knocks that Keenan Allen ate Keenan Allen? I don't know. It looked like he put on 40 pounds. Jerome Ford, I do like. Dallas's run defense is spotty as well. Ford should get a lot of opportunities. I think Worthy, if you're in a PPR, give me Worthy. If you're in a standard or in a half point, give me Ford.
Another quarterback question for you: Mahomes or Stroud?
Oh, look, this has a Stroud week written all over it. Gus Bradley plays a ton of cover 3 defense. Stroud is like the best cover 3 quarterback in the league. He just eats it up. Nico Collins should feast. Tank Dell should feast. I'd normally tell you Mahomes, but this week I'm going to tell you Stroud.
Irish Football wants to know your thoughts on Bo Nix, but I could also go Anthony Richardson as well, since we only saw him for 4 games. So the rookie Nix and the virtual rookie Richardson, your thoughts on having them this year?
I may have said this at the summit, and if not, I'll say it on air. Do you remember Ellie De La Cruz before the season started?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy can't hit. He's got a hole in his swing. He'll end up in the minors. Well, he's only one of the top 5 players in baseball. I feel that way with Richardson.
Really?
Yes. We're poo-pooing this guy. He's not good. He can't throw. He's missing his target. He'll get out there this week and throw for 250 yards, throw for 2 touchdowns, 2 long bombs. He'll run for 50 yards and another touchdown. And then we'll look at this and say, how did I miss that? I just feel like Richardson's real deal. How good was he last year when he played? So, look, we always, sadly, in our society, too often we're glass half empty people. Richardson's glass is so empty right now, nobody wants him. That's when I start playing guys like that.
Quickly, Bo Nix. Thumbs up,
I like
thumbs
Bo
down?
Nix. I mean, he's okay, but is Sean Payton overrating Bo Nix? Possibly. I mean, he's fine, but I'm starting Richardson 10 times out of 10.
Okay.
Montgomery or Stevenson at running back, PPR scoring?
All right. I mean, look, the problem is, and I just drafted Stevenson in an auction league the other night. How many points is this team going to score? I mean, it's going to be 14 a week if you're lucky, maybe 10. So give me Montgomery in a team that should score 31. Maybe he gets a chance for a touchdown.
Wes wants to know PPR, one of these 3: Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen.
I like Ladd McConkey. I do. I think he's a really good route runner. And I think that when it's 3rd and 6, Herbert's going to find McConkey for 7. I think McConkey goes, 6 for 70 this week and gives you a surprise 13 points.
Chris Godwin or Tank Bell?
Oh man. I like Tank Dell. I like the matchup. I like the spot. But I love me some Chris Godwin in the slot this year. think that's just a really great play. I think Washington is susceptible in the slot. They always have been. It's really close. Give me Godwin, but that's a hair. That's a cuticle.
Ryan, pick two of these three. No PPR. Pickens, Pittman, DJ Moore.
I think there's a really good chance that Pittman scores. I don't know about Pickens. They just signed AJ Terrell to a boatload of cash, didn't they? They got like 7 bags of money for him. So give me DJ Moore. Give me DJ Moore and Pittman.
A couple more for you. Missouri, flex, Waddle or Rice?
I think we both like that Miami game. I do. I know I do. I like Rashee Rice, but give me Waddle in what should be a 34-point game.
And PPR, Mixon or Aaron Jones?
I'm all in on Joe Mixon this week. He was one of my prop bets on Prize Picks. I think his rushing yards were 52.5. I think he gets 72.5 in scores.
So it sounds like you think Texans, Colts, Lions, Rams, Jags, Dolphins are where the points are this week.
That's where the points are. Follow the points, and you follow the money.
One other for me, Cortland Sutton or DK Metcalf?
Oh, I'm in love with DK Metcalf this year. I think Seattle's going to be better. Now, are they going to pick up that offense right away? I don't know, but I think Ryan Grubb is going to make this team more exciting. Give me DK.
Interesting. High on Seattle this year. Is that a sneaky playoff team for you, Doc?
It is. I love JSN. I love Kenneth Walker. I'm buying into the new culture there. Pete Carroll, didn't it feel stale? Like he was running the same plays. And now there's like a new lease on life there, a new coach who everybody wanted, and Seattle got him, an offensive coordinator. Look, don't forget what Grubb did. Odunze, McMillan, Polk, they all played for him last year, and they all thrived.
He's Dr. Roto, a tremendous fantasy site. drroto.com, drroto.com. You can hear him twice a week on SiriusXM's Fantasy Sports Radio. He does some podcasts during the week on his site. Follow him on X at Dr. Roto, DRROTO, and he will join us throughout the season every Thursday at this time on Miller and Moulton. All the best to the family, Doc. Stay well. We'll talk next week.
Same to you and yours, guys. Be well.
See, we're here, David. Football season's upon us. We're taking calls from Dr. Roto. He's answering questions.
Yep.
My son thinks I'm a cheater in fantasy because I get to use Dr. Roto at my expense.
Hey, don't know what to tell you. Okay, I know your son now has his own podcast, he and 312 million others, so congratulations. But we've got a show.
That's
okay?
right.
Okay, we've got a show. With seniority comes a show. You're not cheating. You're using the resources available to you.
Boy, and Doc was high on Malik Neighbors. So if you've got Malik Neighbors, that is the Roto child, as he called him at our fantasy football summit. That was the rookie he was most high on this year coming into the league. So just for what it's worth, if you're on Malik Neighbors, then Doc is on your side this year.
So there you have it. Our first 15-minute fire away segment with Dr. Roto. As we mentioned, he will join us every Thursday at this time. We've already had a heck of a show. If you missed it, Roy Cummings talking the Bucs, the South Florida football coach Alex Golesh, Dr. Roto. Go to millerandmoulton.com within about an hour of our show ending, 30 to 60 minutes afterwards. Mark gets everything posted. And coming up here, JP Shadrick, play-by-play, Westwood One, college and pro football, part of the Jags radio network. We'll talk more Jags and Dolphins with JP next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important. so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, JP.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Good. How was the trip to Bama?
It was great. Had a blast, man. Yeah, it was fun. How you guys?
Doing good.
Yeah, it was a trip, man. It was Tuscaloosa was fun. That we were couch skating at my cousin's apartment and then walked to the game, which was cool. But it was pouring rain at about 4:00 and lightning, so we were lucky to be where we were instead of outside somewhere. So
good.
It was nice. Fun game.
When's the last time you had a beer before a football game?
It's been a minute.
No, see, come on. He set you up. The perfect answer was, well, every Sunday, Mark. But
yeah.
Right before Jags pregame.
Depends on what the record is in November, I guess. But
right.
I wouldn't wish 1-15 on my worst enemy. I'll tell you that.
Back-to-back winning season. So basically, what you're saying is it's been December of 2021.
I've been on the wagon for a while. Yeah, it's fine these days.
Good deal. When's your first Westwood One game again?
I got touchdown radio college this year. So my first touchdown game is the 21st, UCLA LSU.
Oh, okay.
And then I've got 2 weeks of that. And then I've got a Monday night football game for Westwood, Miami, Titans, Dolphins.
Unfortunately, we're going to be at the other game.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate the double dip Monday night games.
I know.
And then I've got all 3 London games this year. So the Jets, Vikings, and then both Jaguar games in London on Westwood.
So are you just going to stay?
Yeah.
Wow, that'll be like 2.5 weeks.
19 nights in London.
Have an accent by the time you come back.
I have a lot of things. I've done a lot more with a lot less time.
I'll have cirrhosis of the liver and an accent.
Yeah, I've done a lot more with a lot less.
Well, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, it'll be good. I'm excited. Actually cleaned up my little room here for you guys. You can't really
never
tell.
have to do that. Okay, you sound like we have a cleaning service, Molly Maid, that's a sponsor on the show, and a few of the listeners have paid for it. And now their wife, says, "Hey, we have to clean because the cleaning people are coming later today."
It doesn't make any sense.
Right?
Exactly.
Well, we don't want to see them how messy our house is. Yeah, that's why we hired them.
That's literally the person we've called. Yes, to handle this.
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we'll be joined at this day and time every week by JP Shadrick. Busy man, Jaguars Radio Network, Touchdown Radio Network, college football play-by-play. He does college and pro football play-by-play for Westwood One as well. You can follow him on X at JP Shadrick, Shadrick. JP, when you last joined us, you were driving to meet Mom, and you were taking her to the Alabama opener as a fan. How'd it go?
Well, we left. First off, good morning. Good to be with you. Second, we left with about 3 minutes to go in the third quarter when it was 48-0. And it was great. I mean, it was a fantastic environment. I don't think I had been to a night game there, even working, in a long time. So seeing the light show and all that stuff, which I'm a traditionalist for the most part on those kind of things. Me as the TV viewer, I'm like, I can't see the guy. He just scored a touchdown. You're turning off the lights. What are we doing here? But being in the stadium as a fan, that was kind of cool. And they blasted him. It was a good. I mean, walk into the game, the tailgate, the whole thing. It was a really good to go back, and I think Mom had a good time, so I had a good time. It was a blast.
Absolutely. Good for you. Get to be a fan once in a while. You don't get to do that very often, so good for you. All right, the Jags are at Miami. We have been talking about this game a lot this week, and that these teams are similar in a lot of ways. The question marks for both really are at the line of scrimmage, and if Jacksonville's going to have success this year, the line's going to have to be a little bit better than advertised, I think, JP.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of where it starts for the Jaguars. I know that on the offensive line, they made truly one addition at center, Mitch Morse, a 10-year guy. They brought back Ezra Cleveland, who played a couple games, but he was banged up and came in late. The right tackle's a second-year player who they have a lot of hope in, and the right guard's a 10-year player, and the left tackle has missed 8 games last year, but he's an 8th-year guy. So there's a veteran group that can go a couple ways, right? You have a veteran group that knows what they're doing, which is always a positive. They know where they're going. They have that presence about them. But there's also a chance that they might not be on the field all the time together, because as you get older, you probably don't get healthier a lot of times. We'll see how it goes. That push, that short yardage stuff's gotta improve. I mean, 3rd and 1 felt like 3rd and 7 last year, Dave.
Well, that's where I wanted to get to you. Do you think that, first off, that the head coach is going to have confidence to call a running play on 3rd and 1, 3rd and a yard and a half, because we saw also with the Dolphins last year, they would throw the wide receiver screen or they wouldn't run in between the tackles at all. I mean, by the play call, it was I don't have any confidence that I can even get a stalemate up front, never mind move someone. So first off, I think it starts with Tank Bigsby, who was supposed to be the solid power number 2 back for Jacksonville last year, had an early fumble and seemed to just lose confidence in himself, and then they lost confidence in him. How much of the short yardage do you think is tied into Tank Bigsby?
A little bit of that, right? I mean, that's a good point because he did put a couple balls on the ground in the first few weeks of the season, and they just didn't go back to him. It was over. I mean, that was it. And then that on top of the line getting pushed back. I mean, at some point, I think Doug Peterson, you got to try it. You got to try it early in the season. Or, he tried it early last season. It didn't work, so he didn't try it again. Okay, well, let's do something else. That makes sense to me. Well, it's a new season. So I think they're going to try it. I think they'll try to pound it in there and do some different things in the short yardage and go for it. That's the only way you're going to find out is in live action. And they didn't have a lot of live action together. They had 3 short yardage situations in the final preseason game against the backups of the Falcons. So do you know, is this the stoutest front in Miami you're going against? I don't know. Does it matter? No, just go get it. You're lined up against who you're lined up against. So I think it's a new season, clean slate. All that is forgotten. They have confidence in Tank. He had a good preseason, and I think he would be the guy that if they have to pound it in there, he's going to get the handoff, and they'll do that.
And I think they've got a great opportunity to do that against Miami because I don't think their front's what it was a year ago. I think that's a great opportunity for the Dolphins. But for the Jags, we all know they're going to go as far as Trevor takes them. How does he make the next step this year and not turn the ball over so damn much?
put 2 hands on it in the pocket. Don't fumble it while you're running by yourself. He had one of those last year. He's running, and then I lost the ball. What's going on here? So just some crazy odd fumbles. A little better awareness in the pocket, right? I think that'll help. Maybe some more confidence in the pocket if the offensive line has more consistency about it would help as well. So that starts with that. I mean, just hang on to the footballs you can control. Once it's in the air, all right, make the good decision where it goes in the air. But the fumbles are the one that really hurt this team. And when he's lost them, the Eagles game a few years ago, right? He lost like 4 fumbles. It was a wet day up there. Can't have that. You can't get past that. He knows that. He understands that. It starts with the fumble and the ball security for him. And then you're going to throw some interceptions. That's just how it's going to go. But make some better decisions down the field when they do push it down the field. And I think they'll do that as well this year if they have the confidence in that offensive line to hold up, to have time to throw it down the field. So it all kind of works hand in hand. But he's ready, man. Just listen to him talk the other day. He's got that confidence about him. He's not an over-the-top swagger guy. You're not going to hear him, in front of the team doing a rah-rah speech or any of that. He knows what he has to do to get better and in turn make this team better and go try to see if he can do it.
4th in turnovers last year from the quarterback position was Trevor Lawrence, and obviously that stat needs to change. All right, defensively, boy, a lot of changes. So new staff basically, but also some surprising to some of us cut day decisions as well. Is it too much change?
Well, I mean, they weren't very good last year. So, what else are you supposed to do?
It's my job to just ask the questions, okay?
You just want to keep it status quo and do it again, run it back? No. I mean, no, it's not. I mean, that's what happens when you need a different result. You change the method to get there. They started with a coordinator, right? They started with a scheme. 4 down linemen. They felt that was probably better suited for the ability of Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker to put their hand in the ground and the interior guys they had and the linebacker play they have. And so, yeah, they got to switch it up a little bit. Now, the same thing applies on the back end of the defense that we were talking about on the offensive line. They went and got some older guys in the secondary. Ronald Darby's a 10-year guy. Darnell Savage, 7th year? Something like that, 6th, 7th year. Both have been winning teams, but the same thing, right? They're getting a little bit older, which is okay. That means they're going to get it right now. This is the season to go do it, and they're not going to be able to score consistently as they hoped, 30 a game, maybe, most likely. They're not going to be able to do that, right? In reality. So at some point, you've got to slow down some other teams. This is a tough test for this defense to start the season, though. I'll say that, with a track team on the other side in Miami. They want to play press man and do all these things. Well, they're going to move them all pre-snap, shifts and motions, and try to find a matchup that you're not ready for. And if Devin Lloyd's running around not understanding where he's at, then that's a problem, which he had sometimes in the last year or two. If he settles down a little bit, that would help. So this is a tough matchup to start. Now, for me, Dave, I'm no defensive coordinator. I just sit here and talk to you guys. I would take out Tyreek Hill, put 2 guys on him over the top, and let somebody else beat you. I don't want him putting up 200 in week 1, the place going crazy and highlights everywhere. That's not what I would want to do. But Jalen Waddle can take it 80 after 5 also. So can Raheem Mostert. So can Achane. I mean, they got track team. So you got to slow them down somehow. Part of that's hold the football on the other side. I think they're going to run the ball a good bit in Jacksonville and try to stay on the field and keep Tyreek over there sipping Gatorade. That's probably the best strategy.
There's no doubt that that's the best strategy because this, not just Miami, but we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, JP. This opening schedule for Jacksonville's difficult. If I told you they were 2-3 after 5, would you take that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be. 2-2 after 4, I think, with the first 4. But then you got to come back and get that Colts game. That's one you got to get. It's at home. It's a division game. Who knows what Anthony Richardson's dealing with at that time. He has a track record, right, of dealing with something a few weeks into the season. So what kind of team will that be coming in? But, okay, 2-3, you're not done. There's a lot of football left. And then it's two weeks in London after that with the Bears, with a new quarterback, and the Patriots doing whatever the heck they're doing right now. So there's an opportunity there for the Jaguars, in theory, to get back to 500. If that in fact is the record at 2-3. Would I take it? Sure. I wouldn't give it back because you need the 2, so it's better than 0-5.
How long has Mr. Khan owned the team? Is it 12 years?
Yes. 2012 was his first season of ownership. Yes.
Is this the most pressure he's ever put on his team and even on the GM and coach specifically?
I think so. Yeah. Well, the first year he didn't really know what was going. If you don't know, you don't know, and he hadn't been around it in the building enough to know. So the first year they fired Mike Mularkey after 1 year and then ran out the old GM after that and just started over. And that was a full rebuild down to the studs, basically. First time GM, first time, all that stuff. This is. He said it in a team meeting, and they saw it on the Hunt on the video feature they have every month or so on Jaguars YouTube, and kind of insider look at the team, Hard Knocks style, right? They had Shad Khan in front of the team saying, I was not misquoted when I said we have to win now. It matters. So if he's in front of the team saying that, the first team meeting of training camp, and the coach follows him up, he's like, yeah, he's right, guys. We got to win now. It's pretty obvious. That's as much pressure as you'll ever get.
JP Shadrick, part of the Jags radio network. He does play-by-play of college football on the Touchdown radio network. He does play-by-play of college and NFL for Westwood One. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick, SHADRICK. All right.
Walk around with me and do that all the time. Just announce.
Wouldn't it be great if you had a personal announcement from time to time, walk into the room? Hi, I'm JP Shadrick. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick.
Like Flavor Flav, a hype man of sorts.
But you would stop me halfway through and go, listen, I have a better voice than you. Let me take it from here.
No, never.
Well, you should, because you do. JP Shadrick. Okay, Miller and Moulton are his PR firm. But it's JP Shadrick. He'll join us every week at this time talking the Jags here on Miller and Moulton. All right. Crush it this weekend. We'll do it next week.
See you guys.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
Thank You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
If Smoke Dog is still with us in the Twitch chat room, Roto did answer it. It might have been the first question we asked.
It was the first question we asked.
He said, he hasn't seen Bowers. He might change his mind if he sees or hears about a today or tomorrow practice report, but that he thinks Jonnu Smith's going to have a big game. So he said even if Bowers were to practice and he's playing, that he's very much leaning Jonnu Smith for this week.
Next time, don't ask the question if you're going to miss the segment. I'm just kidding. I'm really And for those of you in the Twitch chat room, I'm going to scold a couple of you right now. That's bull crap that you're asking David the question and then texting me the same question. Because I'm not paying, the fact of the matter is I'm not paying attention to every question he's asking because I'm trying to dig through these because there's a lot of text coming in. So when you ask the same damn question, we're going to get to them, guys.
Yeah, I will. If you ask a question in the Twitch chat room, now I don't, if you submit more than one question, I always just ask the first. Okay, because everybody only gets a question. But
the Stafford or Murray question was asked, and I'm literally looking at the question about to ask it going, oh.
But like we went with 12, 12 questions through the Twitch chat room today, which, nice job. And obviously we try to cover as much ground as we can during those 15 minutes. Well,
and I'm hungry. Just want to let everybody know that. It just hit me. Really excited for the blueberry smoothie and power bar that I'm going to have here shortly.
Well, my wife has just been dropped off. She had her knee manipulation this morning.
She's already done?
It took 15 minutes. And she was first. She was first. She was 7 a.m. So they wanted her there at 5:30. So I dropped her off at 5:30, raced back. It's about 16, 18 minutes away. So.
Wow.
No. So daughter coming through this morning. Daughter picked her up. Daughter doesn't have a client till 11 a.m. So after the show, I'm going to find out just how loopy on drugs she is. I'm hoping really loopy. I'd like her loopy for about 3 weeks. If it could be arranged. Because my wife deserves it. She's been through hell. I want my wife to start doing medical marijuana, which Snoop says to her, "Man, just take it easy now. You're hitting that stuff pretty hard." That's how high I want my wife. Does that make me a bad person? I just want her to stop suffering. That's all.
That's exactly it.
Maybe she's gonna be sitting on the couch watching Netflix. Might as well do it feeling good.
I want to see I want to see that because they did quarterbacks the first year and it was Receivers was a lot better than quarterbacks. Will they do what? Where would you go next? Would you go like edge rushers, D linemen? I mean, to get a different perspective, wouldn't you want to get a?
I'd go corners because they got personality. I think I might go corner.
Edge guys do too if you get the right too.
It's a shame the offensive linemen wouldn't agree to it because they're the best interviews on the team.
Never know though.
And they never talk.
They might.
Yeah.
All you got to do is they only have 4 or 5 guys on there.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when some final thoughts. At least one pick with the NFL back tonight after 207 days away. Ravens and Chiefs. Kansas City, a 3-point favorite to kick off the season tonight. At home, trying to three-peat. No one's ever done that in the National Football League. Our poll question, who do you like tonight? Chiefs or Ravens? No points involved. Just, like when we asked on Friday, Gators or Canes, who do you like? And you guys split that vote exactly 50-50. It turned out not so much.
About 62-38 Chiefs right now.
Okay, so 5 out of 8 of you going with Kansas City. All right. We're going to make our official NFL picks to hold over our heads on the season at large tomorrow because we're not changing our picks for the Chiefs and the Ravens on the season no matter what happens tonight unless if Mahomes or Lamar suffer an Aaron Rodgers-like injury. Then obviously we would amend our predictions.
Mine are done.
I know. I'm impressed. I am.
Jumped out in front of it. You were talking about the 207 days, and I've never had a long-distance relationship in my life, but has this been a long-distance relationship for the NFL fan that finally the girlfriend's coming home today? 207 days is a long time to be without the one you love. And the NFL, for most of us, is the sport that we love the most.
Let me ask you this. Has it been a long-distance relationship, or have you felt as if you're in the same town, but she just took a break from you?
No, because you have free agency and you have the draft and you have so many things that brings you back close with your team. But it's more like a good phone call than it is a good time together.
So you don't feel like she went away to summer camp or went to Europe for the summer and came back?
Maybe. You never trust those trips to Europe.
Well, I don't want to know what took place. I'm with you there. No, did you have a good time, honey? Good. That's great to hear. Yep. No, I know you spent a little more than you intended. Yep. No problem. All right, no problem. As long as you had fun. Yep. It's just Europe's like Vegas, honey. Whatever happened there stays there. Okay. All right. Good to know. Yep. But today's the height of optimism today. And after the show, even like if you're listening to us on a podcast and you hear us, text us 21,000. I want Mark to show up tomorrow morning and just have a bunch of texts. Okay. You've cannonballed into the deep end. How do you think your team's going to do this year? I mean, if you don't have hope today, tomorrow, Sunday, then
And I want to see all of you who had those bold predictions on Monday if things don't go the way that you want to for your team.
right. That's another thing on Monday. You have to let us know what your prediction was and now your amended prediction.
For the Dull fan that's out there, if you lose to the Jags, how much differently will you feel on Monday morning? No,
Right.
I mean that.
Yep. No. That's what I want.
The Bears fan that's excited. They got to go beat the Titans. They're expected to. They're a 3.5-point favorite.
We'll
But
say
you're
it.
one of those guys that's high on the Titans this year. I don't know if you're picking them to make the playoffs, but you're much higher on the Titans than I am.
By the way, Jamie Erdahl of NFL Network and Good Morning Football picked the Titans as a wild card team. That impressed me. We threw the stat out earlier. We're not trying to scare a Bear fan, but there is an interesting phenomenon going on in the NFL, which is if you're the first overall pick of the draft and you start week 1 at quarterback, you lose. Because the last first overall pick of the draft to start week 1 and win was David Carr of the Texans. And I think the year was 2002. And I think it's 14 quarterbacks in a row who were picked first overall and started week 1 of their rookie year have lost. I mean, think about it. Bryce Young last year. I mean, go down the list. Now, some didn't play. Like, Eli didn't start week 1. He didn't start till week 10. So Eli's not part of the stat. But you get the idea.
David, we may have had a little optimism earlier in the show with a lot of different fan bases. As the show is winding down, the glass is no longer half full.
Why?
Because it's a Pats fan who texted and just said it's going to be a long season, followed by a Vikings fan that just simply said Vikings, 4-13.
We said this at the time, but I do want to say it out loud again. When you were New England picking third, come on, realistically, how good did you think you were going to be this year? I mean, come on. We all know what the roster is. So couldn't you, if you were New England, traded away the third pick and taken whoever, acquired some more resources? Because, I mean, I understand C.J. Stroud in Houston went from the second pick to winning the division. Man, I don't know. I mean, does anybody think the Patriots are not picking it in the top 5 this year?
Well, because I've been a little glass half empty, when I did my picks for the first time, had more losses than wins, and I had to kind of correct it to make sure the numbers were equal on each side. There's part of me that wants tomorrow's poll question to be, so who's going to be on the clock? Well, and New England would be on that list. Well, I mean, to me, if I were to pick 4 teams, it would be New England, Carolina. I forgot who my other Arizona.
Okay. You throwing the Giants in there?
They're really close, if I'm not mistaken.
Minnesota with Sam Darnold?
Minnesota's right there.
I mean, I got to be honest. I think it's a 2-team horse race here. I think it's Carolina and New England. And I'm expecting them to be 2 games clear of the rest of the league in terms of how bad they'll be.
I think the Vikings could be there, and I know their defense is pretty good, but Sam Darnold's their quarterback, right?
Yes, sir.
He sucks. I mean, let's just get right down to it. No.
I was just going to say, so far, sir, you're correct.
How many quarterbacks would you take? I mean, would Bryce Young or Sam Darnold?
Oh, come on.
No.
I would take Bryce Young. I would.
Jacoby Brissett or Sam Darnold?
Well, now, come on.
Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold?
Oh, now you're just hitting me where I live. I mean, golly. But Minnesota hoping that Darnold has the Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield year. Who's going to be that veteran quarterback who bounces back or reaches his true potential in 2024? The Raiders need that from Minshew, by the way. We said it a couple of weeks ago. Whatever his best year of his career, like Ryan Fitzpatrick's best year of his career, he led the Jets on a 10-win season. And the last game of the year, they went to Buffalo, and if they won it, they would have made the playoffs. All right. I think it's their only winning season in the last 13 years. Was that Ryan Fitzpatrick season, I think right around 2013 or something like that. All right. That's what the Raiders need out of Minshew.
Tough to think he can do it. It really is.
Right. Because, he's just good enough to go 7-10 is what his resume says. Well, I know 9-8 last year with the Colts. I get it. But anyway, just good enough to miss the playoffs is what we're trying to say. Come on, I was trying to be optimistic the whole damn show. Really? Really? You had to go with a Patriots texter?
And a Vikings texter. It was the Sam Darnold texter that got me. Because I don't know if I think he's at the bottom of the league when it comes to starting quarterbacks.
Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts, couple of picks. It's all next.
Police department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I don't want to cause anyone, any hardship here, but I just talked to my wife and daughter about the procedure she just had, and my daughter said, yep, the surgeon said she took her knee and bent it 70 to 80 degrees further, which meant that's twice as far as she's been able to bend her knee. And he said, yep, 130, 150 degrees, should be able to bend that knee now. Apparently my wife right now is still feeling the effects from, I guess they even gave her some fentanyl. Okay.
Oh, geez.
I know. But okay, doc, this better work. By the way, Gardner Minshew's lifetime record is 15-22. What's this? He has a history of taking crap teams to the playoffs. He's never played a playoff game in his life.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling with his picks. He was money last week, 4-1 on our show, 8-1 for his clients. Also got his free game of the week right.
1-0 for Miller and Moulton because we did bet the 40-unit play.
Right. Got his 40-unit play right, which he said he had never done week 1 before. So Lee is feeling it. He's on a heater. He'll join us 7 o'clock every Friday is when he makes his picks. Pat Kerwin will also join us in the 8 o'clock hour tomorrow as we'll go through the rest of week 1 of the NFL after the Ravens and Chiefs tonight.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1698 just because I liked this. Russian Tsar Peter the Great imposes a tax on beards. Figured Moulton would be in favor of that too.
Huh.
You're anti-beard.
Well,
you're anti-beard.
I have to admit, though, it was kind of forced upon me. I didn't grow up anti-beard, but I got into television at the age of 20. And at the time, 30 plus years ago, almost 40 years ago, they were very anti-facial hair in the industry.
Big day today in 1774. The first meeting of the Continental Congress. Philadelphia becomes the first capital of the United States, and the colonies adopt a trade embargo against Great Britain. Bigger day in 1781, David. The French fleet of 24 ships defeat British forces in the Battle of Virginia, or the Battle of Chesapeake, whichever you want to call it, but a pretty big day towards our independence. We've been paying them back ever since.
Yeah, it was over after that.
I mean, since 1781, we've owed them, and they've been standing there with their hand out saying, hey, you remember, you must pay us again.
They were 1777 from Saratoga to Virginia. Mark, they had a 4 or 5 year run there where it was really good. It was kind of like the Urban Meyer era at Florida in terms of U.S. history for us.
Well played, David. Well played.
Thank you.
Today in 1906, St. Louis University quarterback Bradbury Robinson throws the first legal forward pass in the history of American football for a touchdown. Jack Schneider caught it. St. Louis would go on to win 22-0 against Carroll College.
Can you imagine the first time? Everybody must have stopped and just said, "That's illegal. That's unfair. You can't do that."
Bobby Jones wins the U.S. Am today in 1925. Kerouac's On the Road was published today in 1957. The Huckleberry Hound Show featuring Yogi Bear premiered on U.S. TV today in 58. Cassius Clay beats three-time European champion to win the Olympic light heavyweight boxing gold medal at the Rome Games today in 1960.
Who'd he beat?
I knew you were going to say that. Zbigniew Pietrzykowski of Poland. As good as I'll do.
No one's going to argue with you and say, that's not his name. Really? Like we know.
The Muppet Show premiered today in 1976. Sadat, Begin, and Carter had this little peace conference at Camp David today in 78. Jerry Rice catches 2 TDs and runs for another today in 94, surpassing Jim Brown's NFL career touchdown lead with 127. And today in 2020, Authentic wins the 146th Kentucky Derby. Jesse James, Bob Newhart, Raquel Welch, and Freddie Mercury would have all celebrated birthdays today. Bill Mazeroski's 88 and Michael Keaton 73. What did I miss, David?
3 things. The massacre at the Munich Olympics began today. It ended tomorrow in 72, but there were 2 Israeli athletes originally killed on this day, 9 others taken hostage. We all know how that ended. To try to put a smile on your face, you know, we're not as into protests as we used to be in this country, which of course is remarkable because the country was founded on a really big protest. But in 91 today, you got to give the AIDS activists, I think, a tip of the hat. I don't know if you're old enough to remember.
I wasn't going there. I saw this and didn't go there. I love this. Go on. Please go on.
So Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, he wasn't exactly on the side of the AIDS activists. I think that's fair to say.
I think that's a very nice way of putting it, David.
Right. And so they were unhappy with him. I think that's fair to say. And to make their point, they showed up at his home, okay, which you're not supposed to do. I'm not in favor of this, okay? A few of them got ladders and climbed up onto his roof. That's completely out of line. They need to be arrested. They need to be charged. But before they're arrested, they unfurled a giant condom over his house. Now, don't get me wrong. If I was Jesse Helms, first off, I can't get out my front or back door because I'm walking into a condom. But secondly, okay, once they finally take him down and they arrest him, I would even have to say, yep, throw the book at him. That's pretty good, though.
You know, that's truly where the rubber meets the road.
Hello. One other thing. It was 18 years ago today, Katie Couric debuted as the lead anchor of the CBS Evening News. And there had never been a woman who was the lead anchor of the network news. Barbara Walters was co-anchor with Harry Reasoner back in the day on ABC. But Katie Couric, little history today, 18 years ago. Now people are like, well, really? I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes we're slow to change.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Bridgewater, Massachusetts, where a worker fell into a train car that was full of coal. He was trapped for several hours until other workers unloading the car noticed the man and his hat, his red hat that he was on. They did not suffer any injuries, but he was loaded onto a stretcher and taken to the hospital. Good work by the two workers. Don't know how you get trapped in a coal truck, but of all the things I'd want to be trapped in, that's not one of them. For the bad, we come back to Florida, Winter Haven, where a driver was punched into the face after he complimented another driver's car. You can hear on the video from Sunday that the man says, "Nice car, bro." And bro got out of the car and came over and started yelling at him about following too close and punched him in the face and then left. Finally, the ugly. We go to the Great White North, where two moron Canadians were driving to Windsor from Cochrane, Ontario. It's about a 10-hour drive, apparently. They found a black bear cub on the road before they left on their trip and decided, you know what we should do? Let's bring the bear with us. They fed the bear some Taco Bell.
Seriously?
I'm not making this up. They got a call from assistance and had to retrieve the cub from the van down by the river who had had some Taco Bell. The bear was quite lethargic, very scared, and according to the authorities in Windsor, I'm sure his innards weren't feeling so great neither. And none of us are after having Taco Bell. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. They're giving you a $10,000 signing bonus for new officers. Cape Coral Police Department is now hiring and would like you to consider Cape Coral as your home if you're looking to be a police officer with a $10,000 signing bonus. Go to capecops.com.
So obviously, we got the Thursday night football tonight. Ravens at Chiefs. Remember, Chiefs lost the home opener last year to the Lions, and it still ended okay. Rematch of the AFC title game. Over under of what, 46.5?
I've got it at 46.5.
So they're basically saying 24-21, throw an extra point or so out there. I would be inclined to go under. I'm taking the Chiefs 24-20. So I'm picking them to cover and go under. But are we making an official bet on this game?
I want to because it's the first game, and I feel that it's an obligation of this show to put money on it.
Okay.
If I were to make the bet, I would agree with you and take the Chiefs and lay the 3.
Okay, so then that will be our official bet. Chiefs -3 tonight.
It's in. It's
Okay.
done. Nothing we can do about it now. I need a boost or a sprinkle.
Well, we could all always use a boost or a sprinkle. You got women's semis today at the U.S. Open. You've got an American in each semi. Jessica Pegula is taking on Carolina Makova. Makova is an interesting player. She's a powerful left-hander who made the semis last year. Coco Gauff beat her on her way to the title. And then she got hurt and missed 10 months. She's only been back playing for 2 months. That's why she's unranked and she's unseeded. She's ranked in the 50s. But she's a very good player. This is her third major semifinal appearance in 2 years. And meanwhile, Pegula, who's top 10 in the world, this is her first ever appearance in a major semi. So that's the nightcap. Emma Navarro, who had the breakthrough at Wimbledon, back in the semis here at the Open. She beat Coco Gauff on the way to the semis. She's taking on the 2-seed Sabalenka.
Don't neglect the home crowd in this, though. They root.
Mm-hmm.
And they make it very well known very early who they're rooting for. There will be chance of USA during both of these matches, and we'll see how it affects their competitors.
Did you hear Sabalenka after the quarters? She knew she was going to play Navarro, and she said, listen, I know you guys are not inclined to root for me, but I'll buy. Okay, I'll buy. Okay, trying to garner favor with the U.S. Open crowd for tonight. So obviously, baseball, not everyone's playing. It's a Thursday after all. All right. Twins and Rays playing this afternoon. So are the Astros and the Reds. Seattle and Oakland with a mighty nooner out there. Arizona and the Giants. So that's your afternoon games. Big game for the Braves. They're only a half a game ahead of the Mets. This is the consolidation game for them. Mets are off tonight. They're a game up in the loss column. If they beat the Rockies, then they'll be a full game ahead of the Mets. If they lose, obviously, the two teams will be tied. What's interesting to note, Mark, is that the Mets and Braves have played 10 times this year. They're 5-5. So if it stays this close, when they meet the final week of the season in a best of 3, if you will, the winner not only will gain a game in the standings, but it's the tiebreaker between the two. Just worth pointing out.
Absolutely. And the Mets are red hot right now. So
unbelievable. 7 in a row.
See if they can catch the Braves, which if the Braves make the playoffs with all the injuries that they've had this year, it would be a remarkable performance. All they've lost from pitching to hitting. I mean, 3 All-Stars for crying out loud?
The bottom 4 players in their batting order in the series against Colorado, not only were all 4 not with the team at the start of the season, Mark, 3 of the 4 have been released during this season by other organizations. That's how far down the depth chart, if you will, the Braves are going to try to make the playoffs. And it's another reason why Chris Sale, we think, has already locked up the Cy Young. He has been money.
And he's going to have to continue to be money the rest of the way if they're going to make the postseason. But as well as he's pitching, if they get in, do you want to face Sale 2 times in a 5-game series?
Well, we thought they got him just to face the Phillies. Right now, they need him just to make the playoffs. So he's 16-3. Figure he's got 4, maybe 5 starts left. But we're down to 20 games. We're down to 3 weeks and change in the baseball season. So enjoy the NFL tonight. Lee Sterling and Pat Kerwin tomorrow on Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
Do
online.
you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.